Good morning, everyone. It is certainly a pleasure to welcome you to this Youth Parliament session. You know, the good book says that old men dream dreams and young men, young women have visions. So it is always a good combination when the youth and the senior citizens would get together to discuss ideas that would advance our nation. Now, as you climb those stairs this morning, you would have noticed that there is a sign at the midway point of the stairs. And that sign indicates a celebration of this parliament. This parliament was formed in 1729. And so we are at the 290th anniversary of this parliament. 290 years ago, this parliament was formed. Now, if we estimate that there is approximately 40 years in every generation, we would, at this stage of our history, be 7.5 generations into the parliamentary democracy of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And just as the Lord designed the earth from seed to the germination of that seed, to the development of that tree, and to that tree producing fruits. So you represent that seed for the next generation. We need a new mindset. We need a new way of thinking. We need a new way of doing business. We need a new independent parliament in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The hope of the Bahamas is in your hands. You represent the future. If we are to have a stronger, deeper democracy, which was the theme of our 290th celebration, then you young people must get involved. You must participate. You must become more educated. Now, when I look around the room, I don't know if you all would be considered Generation X, Millennials, or Generation Z. Most of you, I would suspect, would be in the Generation Z category, which is the most recent of our generations. And so what I intend to do is just briefly indicate to you what I would recommend that you do as young people in terms of getting involved politically. Then I would just say a few words about Parliament and its role and function. And I would just conclude by giving you some of the historical achievements of this Parliament. So firstly, if you are going to participate in any endeavor, you must begin to learn and understand the rules, regulations, procedures, and you must know your rights. I would love to believe that all of us here present today, and also those listening by the Parliamentary channel, would at least have gotten a copy of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. That is the foundational building block of your knowledge, particularly if you have aspirations to become a parliamentarian, because this is the place where laws are either made, amended, or revoked. So your first order of business is to know your rights. You must know your rights. And secondly, you must become familiar with national issues. For example, taxation issues, immigration issues, crime issues. You must become familiar with the issues that are affecting society. And then you must be prepared to speak out. You must be prepared to speak out. Don't let the rock cry in your places. Now, and understand that when you speak out, you become a change maker. And when you fall into the category of becoming a person who wants to change the status quo, you also become a target. So you must understand that change usually doesn't come easy. There's always some level of resistance to change because there are always persons who are the beneficiaries of the existing system, and they would want to maintain the status quo. Then young people, I guess I don't have to tell you this because of social media, especially I believe social media has assisted young people greatly. Young people must begin to network. Now I have a son who is an IT specialist, and I know that isn't anything that advice that needs to be given to young people. You network. The most important thing about networking on social media, though, is that you focus on the positive aspect of social media, because there is a whole lot of negative on social media. There's a whole lot of misinformation, fake news on social media that if you hear it often enough, you will have a tendency to believe that it's true. So you have to be careful, and you have to sift through the information that is on social media. But social media can be a very, very powerful educational tool. And then, of course, you want to associate with persons of like minds. When I have opportunity to speak to young men, I always advise them to be careful about a four-letter word, and that is not an obscene four-letter word. It's a four-letter word that's spelled L-E-T-S. Let's. Because if you don't have a plan for your life, someone will introduce their plan to your life. Someone will come to you and say, let's do this. If you don't have a plan for your life, someone can come to you and say, let's go and rob a bank. And you, without a plan, may participate in that criminal enterprise. Someone may come and say, let's go and rape a young woman. If you don't have a plan, you may participate in that criminal exercise. So when you have your plan, anytime someone approaches you and suggests to you to go contrary to your plan, you right away would be able to indicate to that person, no, That doesn't fit into my plan. So that is very important. Know what you want to do and become in life, and join in with like minds. If you want to become an attorney, become familiar with attorneys, persons in the legal profession. If you want to become a doctor, begin to associate with persons in that field. If you want to be a carpenter, whatever the profession, you need to begin to associate with those persons in that particular skill as early as you can. Then you want to participate in youth activities similar to what you're doing today. You want to participate in youth summits, youth parliament, other young persons' activities. You want to be creative, and you want to use your creativity. Now, I know sometimes when young people become creative, sometimes us in the adult or senior category may resist or even discourage your creativity. But once it is sound, once it is legal, pursue it. Because only you can fulfill your purpose. Then you want to be an inspiration. You always would want to encourage people. You want to be passionate about whatever you intend to participate in, whatever career choice you make. Because naturally, when you become passionate about it, it becomes easy for you. It becomes easy because you begin to enjoy it. Now, Parliament, the work of Parliament or the legislative branch of government, if you look at our Constitution, the legislative branch of government is the first arm of government. There are three branches of government: the Parliament, which is the legislative branch, the executive or cabinet, and the judicial branch. The Constitution establishes in an implied and express way the separation of powers between those three branches. Even though there is fusion between the executive and the legislative branch, because the legislative branch encompasses all members of Parliament as well as appointed senators. And out of the legislative branch or the Parliament, the cabinet is formed. And the cabinet usually sits on the front bench on my right, and the Her Majesty's loyal opposition will sit on my left, as well as the back benches of the governing party members would sit on my left. But this Parliament is charged by the Constitution to make laws. Parliament can make laws, the Parliament can amend laws, and the Parliament can revoke laws. The Parliament authorizes the government to raise revenue through taxation. The Parliament authorizes the government to borrow and to spend public money. And one of the most fundamental functions of the Parliament is the constitutional mandate that the executive branch of government is accountable to the Parliament. So the Parliament has power to scrutinize government activities. And of course, we know that the Parliament is the forum for debate of national issues. And so the Parliament plays an extremely important role, and that is why the democracy that we exist under, based on the Westminster system, is considered to be a parliamentary democracy. In other words, the Parliament is supreme. Now, the Parliament in this country is made up of an upper house, which is the Senate across the road, the lower house, which is the House of Assembly, and the Parliament, really, an independent Parliament, should basically have at minimum 4 divisions, which is the upper house, the Senate, the lower house, the House of Assembly, Parliamentary Services Division, and a Parliamentary Budget Services. Now, the separation of powers is a fundamental doctrine in the democratic process. And the separation of powers is designed so that no branch of government encroaches on the authority and territory of the other branch. In other words, it would not be proper, for example, for the legislative or the executive branch to try and influence the judicial branch. In other words, there should never, ever be any effort by the executive branch or the legislative branch to try and influence or determine the court's decisions. That should never happen. The legislative branch, which is the Parliament, should have oversight of the works of the executive branch, should be independent in its function, so that the executive branch is not able to exercise any sort of control or influence over the Parliament. Because if that is permitted, then the Parliament will not be able to carry out its function, its constitutional function, to hold the executive branch accountable to the people. The Parliament in the Bahamas is the place and the only institution where every single citizen of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is represented in this place. Every island, every key is represented here in the Parliament. And so the Parliament should always be in a position, through its various committees, should always be in a position to scrutinize the work of the executive branch. Now, I just want to give you some idea before I wrap up, so that you will have some idea of the foundation that has been laid for you to build on, and that we, at this moment, are the beneficiaries of our forefathers. In 1729, on the 29th of September, parliamentary democracy was established in the Bahamas. The first parliament met during the governorship of Woodes Rogers, who was appointed on the 28th of December, 1728, by King George II. The first House of Assembly met in the private residence of Samuel Lawford, which, I am informed, was located on the western side of the junction of Bay Street and Market Street. In 1795, and history is always good, for you to know history. That way, you don't fall into the trap of having history repeat itself on you. Parliamentary term in office at that time was 7 years. And an act limiting the duration of the assemblies, better known, later determined that the term in office should be reduced to 5 years. That was the General Assembly Elections Act in 1962. Now, the 1800s was an interesting year because that was the period when free Negroes, that is us, most of us in here, all of us that I see that fall in that category, were given the right to vote. And then in 1834, that brought about emancipation of the slaves. And at the time of emancipation, there were 4 black men who were members of Parliament. I'm going to move a little quick because in the 1900s became a very active period in vehement parliamentary democracy. In 1939, secret ballot voting was enacted by the passage of the Ballot Act. Of course, some of you may be familiar with having received information about the Burma Road riots. That occurred in 1942. That was as a result of a labor unrest. And in that fight for democracy, 4 men were shot dead. In 1955, the free trade area was established in the town of Freeport, which stimulated the growth of what we consider now our second city. In 1960, and this is important for women and the participation of women in our parliamentary democracy. In 1960, women were given the right to vote and to sit in the legislature. And in 1962, that was the historic general elections where women voted for the very first time in 1962. 1964, the Constitution granted the Bahamas internal autonomy or internal self-governance and cabinet government. And in that period, the House of Assembly became the dominant chamber in the bicameral parliament. In other words, until that time, the Senate was the dominant chamber. But in 1964, the House of Assembly became the dominant chamber. In 1965, on the 27th of April, that is recorded in history as Black Tuesday. And Black Tuesday was the day when the mace was tossed out of the House of Assembly. You realize that the mace is the authority of the Speaker in the House of Assembly. The mace gives the Speaker the authority to exercise an unfettered discretion in his or her decisions. In 1967, January 10th elections produced majority rule. And in 1973, we achieved independence as a nation on July 10th. Another important milestone that is not directly political, but it has some political overtone to it, which is in 1998, two convicted murderers were hung despite the international opposition. Now, of course, that is an issue that you all should make certain that you become extremely aware of, because in 1976, I think it is, in the United Kingdom, our final court of appeal is the Privy Council. The death penalty was abolished. But yet we continue to take our final appeals in criminal matters, particularly in murder trials, to the Privy Council. It is, in my estimation, very unlikely that the Privy Council would ever hand down a ruling in favor of the death penalty, because it has been abolished in the United Kingdom. So we have arrived at the point that we are now in our history. And this Parliament is charged with building on the legacy of our forefathers and our predecessors in this hallowed chambers. And so I'm hoping that from your participation today, that you would be inspired to the point where, in the not too distant future, some of you will actually be elected and occupy these seats in this Parliament. I'm of the view, as I conclude, that our national mindset must rise above our nation's negative experiences. Our expectations to be Bahamas strong must be the foundation upon which the next generation of Bahamians must build. Our nation has experienced the most devastating and catastrophic hurricane in our history only recently. And we can see that we are a resilient people. We can see, as a former chief meteorologist, I can tell you that global warming and climate change is having a significant impact on the frequency and intensity of tropical cyclones. And so we must be prepared to change our building codes, to take the necessary precautionary measures with respect to hurricane preparedness. And you know, this Parliament just recently passed the Disaster Preparedness Amendment Act that authorizes the executive branch through the Prime Minister to give mandatory evacuation orders. That is another issue that you need to be abreast of because, of course, any such orders can be considered an encroachment on your constitutional rights. So it can become a constitutional issue. But at the same time, in disaster preparedness situations, in meteorology, we always had this cliche, it's always better to overwarn than to underwarn. It's always better to be safe and be prepared than to challenge nature. Because you never know what the outcome might be. Every meteorological or atmospheric phenomenon is different in itself. Dorian was an exception in that, and I'll conclude with this, Dorian came at a time when the alignment of the planets produced what we call a king tide, which is a super spring tide. The alignment was such that, you know, the moon rotates in an elliptical orbit around the Earth. And when those planets line up, the sun, the moon, and the Earth, and the moon is at the point what we call its perigee, that is its nearest point to the Earth, the gravitational pull is at its strongest, and the sea will rise much higher than usual. Now, it was coincidental that at that very time, Dorian affected the Bahamas. And so it resulted in storm surge that were measured up to 23 feet. That's a high level of sea coming into these low-lying areas such as Grand Bahama and Abaco. And that is why those places were absolutely decimated, because when that sea comes in, the sea has objects in it. I remember we visited Jamaica after Hurricane Frederick when I was in meteorology. And the folks said all they saw that evening was this darkness coming towards the land. And when that sea had passed, an entire resort on the coast in Jamaica was absolutely demolished. Only foundation and toilet bowls were left. That's it. And so we also have to now begin to look at our construction, because there's a reason why lighthouses are round. When you build rectangular buildings, they become an obstruction to the flow of the wind. But when you build a building that is round or elliptical in construction, the wind will flow around it and do very, very little damage. That is why if you check in Abaco or Grand Bahama, wherever lighthouses are, those lighthouses haven't been affected, because the sea and the wind will just flow around those buildings. So the key is education and participation. If you want to be effective in life, you must educate yourself and then you must find ways to participate. And with that, I congratulate you all for participating in this upcoming youth parliament, and I look forward to the debate and the issues that you, as young people, see being most important and relevant to you at this time. All the best, and may God bless you. Usually when the speaker rise, all rise.
Honorable members, I will now accept nominations for a person to be elected Speaker. Honorable Member for Centerville.
I nominate the member for North Luther to be elected as Speaker.
Is there a seconder? Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
I second this motion.
It has now been moved and seconded that the member for North Luther be elected Speaker. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The member for North Luther has been elected Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I now invite Pastor Sherman Monroe, Youth Advisory Council member, to lead us in a word of prayer.
Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord. We ask you, God, that you continue to follow us. Lord, God, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity and expectation to do your word and free with the cross and the cross. We ask you, God, that you continue to your word and make opportunity that way. Lord, that's all. Lord, Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever.
Honorable members, I am not unmindful of the honor which you have conferred on me today in electing me to this highest of office, that of your speaker and of your servant. It will be my aim and duty to uphold the principles and traditions of this House and secure for each member the right to express his or her opinions within the limits necessary to preserve the decorum of this House. I pledge to recognize the rights and privileges of the honorable members and the House itself. I assure you that I will preside in a manner which will facilitate the transaction of debate in an orderly manner. And above all, I will seek to be fair and impartial in the decisions, the rules of this Parliament, and yourselves entrusted to me. Honorable members, I now entertain a motion for the election of a deputy speaker. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah.
Speaker, I move that the member of Exuma and Ragged Island be elected deputy speaker.
Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
I second this motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the member for Exuma and Ragged Island be elected deputy speaker. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. It has been decided. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island has been elected deputy speaker. Resolution. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the following resolution. Whereas the northern islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas suffered unprecedented damage in the wake of Hurricane Dorian, one of the strongest and longest lasting Atlantic hurricanes recorded in history. And whereas scientists at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration asserted that the evidence that a warming world is producing stronger hurricanes is greater than the evidence against it. And whereas, specifically in the case of Hurricane Dorian, it is common knowledge that warmer than average waters fueled the strength of Dorian. Warmer temperatures are likely also responsible for its rapid intensification and slow movement over Abaco and Grand Bahama, causing greater devastation. And whereas the Inter-American Development Bank has warned that the frequency of natural disasters such as hurricanes, floods, droughts, and earthquakes is increasing in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as in the rest of the world. During the 1960s and 1970s, fewer than 20 disasters occurred per year. During the 2000s, the average increased to 50 disasters per year. And whereas the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change notes that small island developing states, SIDS, like the Bahamas, are most vulnerable to climate change. Despite being the least responsible for climate change, SIDS are likely to suffer most from its adverse effects and could, in some cases, even become uninhabitable. And whereas the world has already warmed by over 1 degree Celsius, and there is little time left to prevent the additional zero point 0.5 degrees Celsius. And whereas, according to the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that in 11 years the world needs to decrease emissions roughly 45% from 2010 levels by 2030 and get them to net zero by 2050 in order to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, a threshold that models indicate would be far easier to adapt to than 2 degrees Celsius or more of warming. And whereas the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement was ratified to guide nations toward a reduction in emissions to stay within the zero point 0.5 degrees Celsius threshold, but has seen its legitimacy questioned by key signatories over the last 3 years, especially those who are most responsible for increased emissions. And whereas the Bahamas has also recently approved continued oil exploration within its borders, seemingly in contradiction with the urgent need to reduce fossil fuel usage and the resulting emissions. And whereas the Prime Minister, Honorable Andrew Holness of Jamaica, for example, announced that Jamaica has been given the green light to list the first ever Caribbean green bond on the stock market. In doing so, he affirmed that the government has taken a holistic view at new, viable, and sustainable pre and post disaster arrangements for managing financial risks from disasters, stating that the government of Jamaica has developed a broad framework for disaster risk management, including a national disaster risk financing policy that provides for financial risk protection, including budgetary contingency funds and state contingent debt instruments, such as catastrophe bonds and catastrophe linked insurance. We have also established a contingency fund, the National Catastrophic Disaster Reserve Fund, and have started to build up a strong fiscal buffer while improving insurance of public assets and incorporating disaster risk analysis in public sector investments and overall development planning. Be it resolved that the members assembled at this 19th session of the Bahamas' annual National Youth in Parliament will debate the challenges the Bahamas must consider in the face of global climate change and natural disasters, as well as the benefits of implementing plans and or policies that support the sustainability, resilience, and recovery of its islands. It will consider the root causes for why such policies have not yet come to fruition in the Bahamas, opportunities for greater public engagement, and offer viable possible policy models and attendant legislation to address the clear and present danger of climate change. And be further resolved that this youth parliament recognizes that climate change presents an existential threat to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Though we are small and vulnerable, the Bahamas has a unique responsibility to do its part to reverse global climate change. And among its leaders and citizens, it has the intelligence, talent, and skill to lead the world toward a holistic solution. Mr. Speaker, please, I can't take it. Water coming in from both sides. Help me, please. Has anyone heard from my family in East End? I've lost all contact with them. Please help me. These are but a few of the horrifying cries of the people of East Grand Bahama.
that have endured the ferocious strike of Hurricane Dorian's hand. I am forever grateful to be in this honorable house, representing my resilient, determined, and dedicated people of East Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, I believe this resolution chosen today was divinely orchestrated because, Mr. Speaker, we have been forced to gaze upon the daunting fate of decades of climate abuse. As a result, our beloved Bahama land is caught in the war between a crippled planet Earth and the carelessness of humanity. The National Oceanic Atmospheric and Administration defines climate change as the long-term shift of global or regional climate patterns resulting in worldwide weather phenomena. The most relevant in the Bahamas, hurricanes. We as Bahamians have experienced directly or indirectly the challenges of these hurricanes. Their wrath and destruction has forever branded the psyche of our Bahamas, leaving us not only without fresh water and utilities, without adequate cleaning and food supplies, the comfort of our homes, but it has snatched away the precious lives of our fellow brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, our past and present governments of our country have worked tirelessly to ensure that our beloved country bounces back from the immense devastation done by these hurricanes. Let me provide a few more solutions to improve the existing policies and legislation to support sustainability, resilience, and recovery of our islands. Firstly, all hurricane supplies be made exempt from all taxation all year round. In particular, portable generators and specific building supplies. Mr. Speaker, because of the unpredictability of hurricanes, those that were safe this time may not be safe the next time. Secondly, buildings should be constructed exclusively as hurricane shelters. These buildings must include sufficient bathroom and kitchen facilities, multiple outside hand pumps, proper bedding, and portable lighting. No more are we to depend only on school gymnasiums and church auditoriums. The third solution, we must revisit and reinforce our building codes. This means, Mr. Speaker, that shanty towns must never exist in the Bahamas again. Yes, these small communities with poorly built cardboard, clapboard, or any other kind of board that only God knows was able to pass inspection. These are totally unfit for human beings to dwell in. Mr. Speaker, forgive me if I sound inhumane against the less fortunate, but saving lives are of utmost importance. These shanty towns have proven to not be able to withstand a Category 1 hurricane, let alone a 5. I say we make it mandatory that all homes be built with proper hurricane impact windows and doors. I say, moving forward, the foundation of newly built homes in flood zone areas be at least 4 to 6 feet. Further, we must replace sheetrock with the more durable, water and mold resistant U-rock. Mr. Speaker, as stated in the resolution, the Bahamas continue to disregard the need to reduce fossil fuels. This brings us to our fourth solution. We must urgently utilize our God-given resources and implement solar and hydro alternate forms of energy. Mr. Speaker, this will reduce utility bills, dramatically decrease the emission of greenhouse gases, and prevent another oil spill fiasco in East Grand Bahama. I I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the youth parliamentarians the opportunity to voice our innovative ideas now in this honorable house. I stand resolute that once these solutions are given a chance to become legislative policy, then our Bahama lands will be more equipped to efficiently and swiftly recover from any future natural disaster. God bless the people of East Grand Bahama and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my fellow youth parliamentarians, other distinguished guests, audience, a pleasant good morning. I rise in this most honorable chamber on behalf of the preeminent people of Long Island. We cannot stop natural disasters, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge. So many lives wouldn't have to be lost if there was enough disaster preparedness. Petra Nemkovo. Mr. Speaker, according to the Center for Educational Technologies, global climate change is a change in the long-term weather patterns that characterize regions of the world. The term weather refers to the short-term daily changes in the temperature, wind, and/or precipitation of a region. Weather is influenced by the sun. The sun heats the Earth's atmosphere and its surface, causing air and water to move around the planet. The result can be as simple as a slight breeze or as complex as the formation of a tornado. The Bahamas, which is an archipelago, is an ecological oasis comprised of 700 islands and over 2,000 rocks and keys, sprinkled over 100,000 square miles of ocean. Mr. Speaker, as a result of climate change, natural disasters are now on the rise and causing mass destruction. These catastrophic events are caused by natural activities of the earth. The severity of a disaster is measured with lives lost, economic loss, and the ability of the population to rebuild. Mr. Speaker, I can recall in Long Island, during Hurricane Joaquin, evacuating my home due to the excessive storm surge. The winds were overpowering. Can you imagine evacuating your home in water, chest high, going out trying to seek shelter in a Category 5 hurricane? There were stories of families taking shelter in trees because it was the only place they could go. Roads were impassable for weeks. And it was absolutely saddening and heartbreaking driving through my island after a hurricane, looking at all the damage and seeing that everything is just completely flat. Homes gone with nothing left but foundation. But luckily, no island, no lives were lost. However, when we hear the stories from people and look at the videos and pictures of the most recent devastating, disastrous, detrimental Hurricane Dorian in Abaco and Grand Bahama, it gets even worse. Buildings swept away, Mr. Speaker, and a death toll of 61 due to the storm surge and maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, which is tying with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane for the highest wind speeds of an Atlantic hurricane ever recorded at landfall. So, what ideas are we, as Bahamians, along with the government, or not only offering, but putting into action to make sure that our country is prepared for natural disasters? Well, Mr. Speaker, material things can be replaced, but life is no joke. And this is not to be taken lightly.
natural disasters, when it is broadcast and made clear that a catastrophic disaster is imminent, the government should make it mandatory for every single individual on an island to evacuate the island with no expense cost. This is a time of urgency and it is a life or death situation. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we should not have to pay for materials such as wood, ceilings, or nails to batten down and well secure any homes or businesses for a natural disaster. I say that on every island in the Bahamas, there should be a hurricane preparedness center so that when storms are approaching, residents can go to the center to collect the necessary supplies. The expense for these materials should be covered in the budget for natural disasters. Thirdly, on every island, a hurricane shelter should also be built. Not just a regular building, but a solid, sturdy, hurricane-proof building on a rise where it is unlikely for storm surge to get to, that can withstand the aggression of a storm and is built strictly from the most indestructible and durable materials. Mr. Speaker, the government should also work with international organizations to reduce the risk of disaster and get their input. For example, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction aims to prevent new and reduce existing disaster risk, strengthening the resilience of people, systems, and approaches. Also, as citizens of the Bahamas, we should try to conserve our environment as best as we can by planting more trees and changing our way of life to help reduce climate change. In conclusion, extreme change is taking place in the planetary systems, and we must act now to secure a safe, healthy, and prosperous future. Mr. Speaker, I end with this quote by Mami. This is a climate emergency. The number of weather and climate-related disasters has more than doubled over the past 40 years. Climate action begins with disaster risk reduction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the northern islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas suffered unprecedented damage in the wake of Hurricane Dorian, one of the strongest and longest lasting Atlantic hurricanes in recorded history. Be it resolved that the members assembled of this 19th session of the Bahamas' annual National Youth in Parliament will debate the challenges the Bahamas must consider in the face of global climate change and natural disasters, as well as the benefits of implementing plans and/or policies that support the sustainability, resilience, and recovery of its island. It will consider the root causes for why such policies have not yet come to fruition in the Bahamas, opportunities for greater public engagement, and offer viable possible policy models and attendant legislation to address the clear and present danger of climate change. And be further resolved that this youth parliament recognizes that climate change presents an existential threat to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Though we are small and vulnerable, the Bahamas has a unique responsibility to do its part to reverse global climate change, and among its leaders and citizens, it has the intelligence, talent, and skill to lead the world toward a holistic solution. As many, the chair, the chair recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to represent the industrious people of North Abaco. Climate change, global warming, rising sea levels, the age of superstorms, This is our current reality. What scientists and experts have predicted for the last 20 years or more is finally here. The fact that the progression has been more rapid than anticipated places our country in a precarious position. This is abundantly clear in the wake of Superstorm Dorian. I could belabor the importance of educating our people, increasing preparedness, and making a concerted effort at preserving our ecosystems. But it is more important to be pragmatic. We have not witnessed storms of such magnitude. We have not experienced this level of destruction. No amount of preparedness could have been adequate for second strongest storm in the history of the Atlantic. Unfortunately, we have to learn through experience. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, in considering the challenges presented by global climate change, the Bahamas must move toward decentralization of government. The question has been posed time and again. What will happen if New Providence takes a direct hit from a storm similar to Dorian? Can you imagine how crippling it would be? Presently, the government has estimated a $200 million loss of revenue as a result of Dorian's effects on Abaco and Grand Bahama. But the overall effects are ongoing and cannot be measured. But the concentration of people on New Providence continues to grow, and this will undoubtedly create a strain on resources as well as challenges with law and order, all while studying the economic growth of the family islands. We must branch out for our survivors. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we must be proactive rather than reactive when it comes to policy making. The national policy the National Policy for the Adaptation to Climate Change, which was established in 2005, aims to, and I quote, promote the development of public policies to fight climate change in the Bahamas. But what exactly are the policies, Mr. Speaker? Have they been revised in the last 14 years? Have we taken into account exactly what has changed environmentally during this time? While efforts have been undertaken, such as the 2016 Paris Agreement and the 2018 to 2022 Strategic Plan by the Bahamas National Trust Policy, we are still at the mercy of the rest of the world. We must be intentional about our conservation efforts. Historically, the environment of the Bahamas always takes a backseat to large-scale development. I understand the need for employment opportunities, but what good are these developments if they are short-lived? They are comparable to the foolish man building his house upon the sand. Thirdly, our response time and ability to mobilize forces in the aftermath of natural disasters has to change. It is well and good to discuss building codes and mandatory evacuation, but what is the actual action plan, Mr. Speaker? Where exactly do persons evacuate to and how? What amenities are available for thousands of displaced persons? The answer is unfolding as I speak. Policies look good when they are on paper, Mr. Speaker, but the true strength in policy lies in how well it is enacted. Does the Bahamas have the means to conduct large-scale evacuation measures before the next major occurrence? The challenges we face are unprecedented. Storms can be unpredictable, but it is also predictable that Bahamians will continue to debate the same three issues: immigration, unemployment, and crime. But Mr. Speaker, it is time that we make global climate change and related policies our focus, because we have to ensure that there is a Bahamas in years to come, Mr. Speaker. With the imminent threat to our coral reefs, coastal systems, and water reservoirs, which in turn threatens the livelihood and well-being of all Bahamians, our governance requires a paradigm shift. Our approach to sustainability has to come with long-term planning, although our future seems more uncertain than ever. This requires pragmatism. This requires the decentralization of government and current and effective policies that can be enacted. As I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I am reminded of Psalms 121, verse 1 through 2, which say, I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills. Whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord. To my fellow Abacunians, Mr. Speaker, and Grand Bohemians, yes, Dorian came. Yes, it damaged our beautiful island. We shall rise. We shall overcome. And we shall restore our beautiful island. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God continue to bless this great nation that we all love and admire, which is the greatest country, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member from North Abaco. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member from North Andros and the Berry Islands.
Take a picture of me because it is all I have left. What you see in me, Phyllis Cornell. I still can see my son getting dragged across the roof, reaching up and carried by the surging floodwaters. Nikki Bastian. Winds pounded the buildings with the force of 1,000 sledgehammers. Buildings were filled with terrorized refugees, many who had swam to safety or abandoned collapsed houses. Whole neighborhoods were swept by mighty surge higher than anything in memory. Areas above water had catastrophic wind damage. Many deaths reported from drowning, flying debris, and collapsing houses. Medical clinic overwhelmed, an absolute catastrophe. Josh Malderman. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for permitting me this opportunity to contribute to this topical debate. I stand here representing the good people of the Big Yard, North Andros, and the Berry Islands. From the Great Gun Key to Little Harbor Key of Berry, to the Great Nichols Town and Master Point of North Andros. Desmond Tutu sentimentalized 25 years ago. People could be excused for not knowing much or doing much about climate change. Today, we have no excuse. I bid you all a pleasant good morning. Mr. Speaker, Category 5 Atlantic hurricanes are rare. Only 7% of the 243 hurricanes observed since accurate satellite measurements began in 1983 have reached the catastrophic intensity. And it is truly an exception to see a Category 5 hurricane as strong as Hurricane Dorian, which powered ashore on Great Abaco Island in the Bahamas on September 1st, 2019, and sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and gusts of up to 220 miles per hour. Winds of this strength would make Dorian worthy of a Category 6 rating if it existed. Mr. Speaker, Dorian was stronger than it would have been had we not spent the last 150 years dumping carbon pollution into the atmosphere. Sea surface temperatures were more than 1 degree warmer in the region where Dorian formed and strengthened than they were before when we started burning fossil fuels. We know that the warmer air gets, the more moisture it can hold, and then turn into flooding rains in a storm like this. And we know that as climate change has melted glaciers and ice around the world, the water has gone into the oceans. This extra water, along with the expansion as it is warmed, means the sea levels have been raised. That means a storm like Dorian makes landfall. There is more water
water for a storm surge already bolstered by strong wind to push further inland. All that extra water makes hurricanes even more deadly, since in general, not the wind, but the water that kills people. So although Dorian 220 miles per hour gusts were incredibly dangerous, it was the 20 plus feet of water and torrential rains that were the most destructive elements. The scale of destruction in the Bahamas that has been reported naturally leads us to ask, what role do building codes play in explaining the damage caused? The Bahamas was the first Commonwealth country to have a mandatory building code incorporating modern standards. The Bahamas Building Code, BBC, was implemented in the early 1970s and is the use in the mandatory building design and construction. When it was updated in 1987, its standards closely followed that of South Florida's building code, SFBC. However, it was not updated again and fell out of sync with a major update to the South Florida building code that followed Hurricane Andrew in 1992. But in 2003, a new edition of the BBC was created based on the ASCE 7 load standard. It is upon this fundamental basis that I support, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, due to global warming, as previously stated by the member for North Africa, the Earth is experiencing changes that was not expected to be seen for thousands of years. The frequent release of greenhouse gases plays a major role in the rapid sightings of global warming consequences. Direct consequences of cumulative post-industrial emissions include increased global warming temperature, perturbed regional weather patterns, rising sea levels, acidifying oceans, changed nutrients load, and altered ocean circulation. The major consequences, however, is rapid increase in ocean temperature and chemistry, altering the biological standard of the fish in our great waters, which may alter physiological functions, behavior, and demographic traits of these organisms, shifting structure size, spatial reasoning, and seasonal abundance of these organism populations. Hence, the marine ecosystem is faced with threats to its biological processes over scales from rock pools to ocean basins, altered ecosystems, and food human security. This consequence has set the stage for many detrimental impacts in some small island developing states. States comprised of small islands and low-lying coastal countries, although varied in their geography, climate, and culture stage of economic development, they share common characteristics which highlight their vulnerability as it relates to sustainable development and climate change in particular. Many SIDS lie in the tropical zone where the climate is favorable for transmission of tropical diseases such as malaria and dengue. With a warming climate and disrupted water supplies and sanitation systems due to droughts and cyclones, there have been more of an increase in the incidences of these diseases. For example, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change carried out a preliminary analysis of the incidences of common diseases in Grenadine, including influenza and gastroenteritis. In many SIDS, narrow coastal plains provide attractive locations for human settlements and a variety of infrastructure to support economic
economic and social needs. With the projected rise of sea level and change in the patterns of extreme events, these settlements and critical infrastructure will be at severe risk. Climate change will impact the social and economic fabric of life in small island developing states. We have so far seen the general climate change impacts to agriculture, human health, and settlement infrastructure. Let's turn this to the beach and now look specifically to the Bahamas, a highly vulnerable state due to its geographical vulnerabilities and environmental vulnerabilities like high increased tropical storm activity and rising water tables. According to the first National Communication on Climate Change, the Bahamas is extremely vulnerable to sea rise, are some 80% of the countries within 5 feet of mean sea level. Despite options for intervention, it may already be too late to avoid major irreversible changes to many marine ecosystems. However, allowing a more diversified energy mix that would include renewable resources of energy being connected to the national grid. Moreover, putting incentives in place that would lead to more hybrid vehicles circulating on the road. Societies would have to live differently to contribute to decelerating climate change. Environmental policies, such as averting further cutting down of pine trees, which play a great
Honorable member of North Andros and the Berry Islands, wrap up for me, please. 30 seconds.
As I close, Mr. Speaker, community consciousness and education continues to provide individuals with the necessary information about their particular vulnerability and risks specific to their region. This empowers one to take action and build resistance. It is time to research and take action. There's plenty we can do. The Bahamas can set the pace on the eradication of this global phenomenon. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for North Andros and the Berry Islands. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are the first generation with the capabilities to end poverty. And Mr. Speaker, we are the last generation with the ability to take the necessary needs to end climate change. Mr. Speaker, this was a quote by the UN Secretary. He then went to say, Mr. Speaker, future generations will judge us harshly because we didn't take the necessary precautions for climate change. Mr. Speaker, it is now 2019. And it pains me to say, Mr. Speaker, that if you look around us, we are at the last leg of our future generation. Mr. Speaker, the growing phenomenon known as climate change has become the talk of the town, and it will continue to garner widespread attention throughout the years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mother Nature has shown us our wrongdoings, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, a wise woman once told me, hell have no fury like a woman scorned. And Mr. Speaker, Mother Nature has been scorned for the last time. Mr. Speaker, climate change is a long-term shift in the global climate patterns. Climate change refers to the specific rise in global temperatures from the mid-20th century, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what are the challenges facing climate change for a country like the Bahamas? Mr. Speaker, for one, we are geographically located. Mr. Speaker, we are small in size, and simply put, we are exposed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the challenges of climate change can result in not only the rise in sea level, but the alternate rain patterns and storm surges. Mr. Speaker, we just had Hurricane Dorian, Category 5, Mr. Speaker. However, if there's nothing being done, this has nothing to compare to what is about to happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, coastal engineer Carlos Felicia said, "We are now at war with the weather, Mr. Speaker." And I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I'm prepared to fight, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to stand a fighting giant, Mr. Speaker, and not going head first, Mr. Speaker, but to going hard first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we, the Bahamas, must adapt to climate change. Adaptation means anticipating the adverse effects of climate change and taking the appropriate action to prevent or minimize the damages they can cause, or taking advantage of opportunities that may arise. It has been shown that well-planned early adaptation can not only save money, Mr. Speaker, but can save lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, examples of adaptation can include scarce water resources more efficiently. Building codes need to adapt, Mr. Speaker. Building codes need to revise, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, future climate conditions and extreme weather events can cause the building codes to change throughout the years, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my main point and the main thing about this is our infrastructure and our ecosystem needs to be revived and needs to be revamped, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we do not confuse adaptation with mitigation, Mr. Speaker. Mitigation, Mr. Speaker, focuses on minimizing the effect of its subject now, climate change. Climate change is trying to teach us a lesson, Mr. Speaker. We must not mitigate climate change, but we must adapt, Mr. Speaker. It is time now we adapt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I refuse to become a climate refugee, Mr. Speaker. I refuse to become a climate refugee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is time that we, the nation of the Bahamas, take this seriously. We cannot worry about the rest of the world, Mr. Speaker. We have to worry about us, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I reiterate this point, Mr. Speaker. Me personally, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but me personally, I refuse to become a climate refugee, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as we present this resolution on climate change, honorable members, let's take this seriously. Let's do our research. Let's do our part. Let's study. Let's see what our generation can do to adverse this effect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Honorable Member of St. Barnabas. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Angleston.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice on behalf of the constituents of Angleston to the motion put forth by this most honorable House. Mr. Speaker, climate change is now affecting every country on every continent. It is disrupting national economies and affecting lives, costing people, communities, and countries daily today and even more tomorrow. With 80% of the Bahamas land mass within 1 meter of sea level, rising sea levels due to climate change pose a growing threat to our major population centers. Without action, Mr. Speaker, the world's average surface temperature is likely to surpass 3 degrees centigrade this century. The poorest and most vulnerable people are being affected the most, as are the populations of small island development states, such as the Bahamas.
The recent tragedy of Category 5 Hurricane Dorian must have brought home to every Bahamian the dangers that climate change poses for us as a people. Even before the onslaught of such a life-changing disaster of this magnitude, forward-thinking people could see that climate change exacerbates the Bahamas' challenges with water scarcity and food and energy security. In short, the basic and average way of Bahamian life. In the wake of Hurricane Dorian, it is of utmost importance that we as a people adequately comprehend the dangers of the climate change and the immediate threats we face today. From the destruction of entire settlements and the strain imposed on the infrastructure on the main island of New Providence, to the abrupt interruption of the education of an entire segment of our student population. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I agree to an extent with the Prime Minister when he said, and I quote, "How we once prepared for and responded to hurricanes is no longer good enough in this era of superstorms." End quote. We have signed on to the Paris Agreement, but what urgent action have we taken to combat climate change? As technology expands and strengthens, so should the world and its plans. Yet, some are of the view that we are now experiencing storms of iPhone 11 max speed, and we are tackling them with the Samsung J1 disaster plan. However, I believe that we need not throw the baby out with the bathwater, Mr. Speaker, but instead, let us improve the plan we have before us and focus more on executing it. Mr. Speaker, it is based on this that I confidently in saying that we need to stop making the mistake of reinventing the wheel. Yes, the saying goes, whomever fails to plan, plans to fail. But I wish to extend that quote in that he who fails to move in haste has already failed, Mr. Speaker. There are plans and policies set forth by the National Emergency Management Agency in case of natural disasters, whose sole objective is to guide a national plan of action. This action is to address comprehensive disaster management initiatives nationally, regionally, and internationally, in addition to disaster response plans throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Still, it is no secret that recovery efforts for Hurricane Dorian were efficient and sluggish. Mr. Speaker, 8+ days after Hurricane Dorian swept through the Bahamas, leaving rubble, demolished infrastructure, and yes, human remains, were victims still stranded, uncertain of where their next meal was going to come from, or their rescue from a no-man's land. The Washington Post interviewed a Marsh Harbor resident 1 week after the dreadful storm, who revealed, and I quote, "We are sleeping on the floor. I don't know where to go. My mommy is dead. My brother is dead. They're dead in the hurricane Sunday morning." End quote. And that, my fellow parliamentarians, is just one of hundreds of stories of survivors. Mr. Speaker and parliamentarians, I beg the question, are we going to allow history to repeat itself? Recovery and evacuation efforts have resulted in many people being relocated to various public facilities, and several public schools in New Providence are now overpopulated, as if they weren't already. Local island disaster consultative committees must have properly registered evacuation plans, dialogues with all stakeholders to organize concerted mobilization, and establish schedules that are well communicated for transportation efforts and shelters. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, it is critical that the communication is improved between boating and aviation agencies and the U.S. Coast Guard with the Bahamian government. Finally, communication systems must be well established to withstand Category 5 storms from Family Islands to the capital. Perhaps we should adopt Jamaica's sustainable financing for a national development plan. This will improve the efficiency of the projects which will be implemented by the government of this great Bahamas. A public investment management system will guarantee that the government receives value for money and over time sustain economic growth and development for each project that is implemented. The Bahamas have signed on to the U.S. Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) initiative, whereby by 2030, 7 global goals must be achieved, and one of which I wish to speak to you, Mr. Speaker, is goal number 13, to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. In accordance with the SDGs, the public must become more aware of our need to limit global warming, and in order for this to take place, Mr. Speaker, global carbon emissions need to fall to at least 55% by 2030 and must continue to zero net emissions by 2050. I fervently believe that in order to sustain an archipelago, we must persist in collaborative efforts that include schools and various organizations. By youth adjourning the Ministry Environment, Plastic and Styrofoam Free by 2020 initiative, we will significantly help in the eradication of pollution and heighten public engagement. Mr. Speaker, in 3 blinks, 2050 will be smiling in our faces. When then are we going to grab the bull by the horn, wake up and smell the surety, and take this matter seriously? The impact of this change is going to be felt by every country, big and small. And the smallest countries, like ourselves, will feel the pinch even worse. Mr. Speaker, I echo the words of United Nations Secretary Antonio Guterres. It is not too late to shift course, but every day that passes means that the world heats up a little more, and the cost of our inaction mounts. Every day we fail to act is a day that we step closer towards a fate that none of us wants, a fate that will resonate through generations in the damage done to humankind and life on earth. Mr. Speaker, the fate of our country is in our hands. Our people are counting on us to rise to the challenge before it is indeed too late. If not now, then when? And if not us, then who? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we acknowledge the presence of our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
Prepare, respond, recovery, and mitigate. I present to you the key elements of disaster management cycle. I stand here to represent the constituents of South Beach. As you've heard before, trouble is easy to get into and extremely hard to get out of. Mr. Speaker, we are in trouble. We cannot immediately mitigate the effects of climate change. However, we can prepare immediately for the changes to come. But behemoths are always late. We are late to develop, late to parties, late to events, late economically, late financially, and currently we are late to disaster planning. First and foremost, it needs to be plainly stated that we are not the only small island who suffers at the hand of natural disasters. Having a plan is having a pliable framework in which we can mold to fit any and every situation. We need to create partnerships with small islands who have been executing successfully disaster management plans such as the Pacific Islands and the Mediterranean and South China Seas. We must learn from one another. We must learn to create sustainability and networking together. We must also be cautious now that we do not overcommit our resources to any one disaster. While each disaster is unique and requires adequate attention, there are still more to come. Every move we make from here on out should be intense and should be purposeful. I stand before you to talk about some plans for preparation. The Bahamas has a small carbon footprint in comparison to China and the United States of America, which are number 1 and 2 respectively, according to World Economic Forum. However, as you've seen recently with Hurricane Dorian, we are not suffering any less. Firstly, young people, educate yourselves. There is no reason that you can blame anybody for any lack of knowledge. Educate yourself. That is your due diligence as a citizen. To the government, mandatory training is required for our young people. A plan to educate our young people on policies and emergency preparations outside of NEMA
are needed. Your human resources need you to step up. The National Diploma for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Archipelago does not have mandatory first aid and CPR training, does not have mandatory basic, at the very least, basic swimming lessons. No mandatory 21st century style workshops and seminars who are not run by people who are unable to use technology. We need more forward thinking. What is to do when the worst case possible is happened? We need to be able to disseminate information to Bahamians rapidly. The time is now to facilitate and to host proper training facilities. Education needs to be included in the 6 months that we are prone to devastation. Reform the education plan to include preparation for the young people for the disasters that they will inevitably face. Furthermore, we need to place upon the back proper infrastructure. Stop seeing infrastructure as an economic burden, but as a long-term investment plan that aids in the mitigation of a crisis. Listen to me good. Schools and churches are not shelters. They are not built for sustainability. We need to build proper, sustainable shelters that are adequately resourced on every island. We need to build proper shelters. A lot of our small islands, such as San Salvador and Bimini, have roads located along the coastal line. And those are their main roads. When these roads suffer extensive damages, you know what happens? You trap the residents in line and you make emergency rescue. It's arduous for no reason. Can we reconstruct roads more inner as best as possible? Finally, I make one more important appeal to Bahamians today. Ensure, ensure, ensure. Ensure your lifeblood. Ensure your hard work. Ensure your homes. More of our Bahamians need to be insured for impending catastrophes. It is coming and we cannot afford to take a loss of our senses. We are not ready for another hurricane. What will happen if 2 hurricanes of varying degrees hit the Bahamas in the same calendar year? What is in place for the worst case scenario? If NASA suffers the catastrophic damages, can our government stand? Is diversification of the government feasible with the procedures in place? When will we be proactive? Let us also not forget, please do not let it slip your mind, that we still have 1 month and a couple of days left of the 2019 hurricane season. Education and infrastructure need to be at the forefront. It starts with us, but it will not end with us. Mr. Speaker.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege to rise on behalf of the young and vibrant people of the Kalani constituency today in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, 6 million tourists come a year to the Bahamas for 3 reasons, and 3 reasons only: for its sun, its sand, and its sea. With the great effects of climate change, the Bahamas is now in danger of losing its natural crown jewels. With the rising of the Earth's temperature, the melting of the polar ice caps, and the increase of sea levels, Mr. Speaker, it is my fear that my country is in jeopardy to suffer great loss in its marine life, business, agricultural sector, and the tourism industry if we do not create counteractive plans to adapt and or to reverse the effects of climate change. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas is no stranger to experiencing disastrous hurricanes, Mr. Speaker. We've seen it in 1992 with Hurricane Andrew, then again with Hurricane Floyd in 1999, and within the last 2 decades, we've experienced at least 7 major hurricanes, the most recent being Hurricane Dorian, which devastated the islands of Abaco and its Keys and the Grand Bahama. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer my heartfelt condolences to the residents of those islands, especially to my fellow youth parliamentarians here today. You are a strong and resilient people, and thus together we will stand firm, we will rebuild,
we will overcome, and we will move forward, upward, onward together. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas, along with other small island developing states, also known as SIDS, are suffering from the environmental negligence of first world countries. Small countries such as Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, Haiti, St. Martin, and so much more are being pummeled year after year after year during the hurricane season by stronger and more vicious storms and other natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, although SIDS may contribute the least to the funding toward global warming, we experience the greater effects. First world countries are the major contributors to the rise in pollution in our hemisphere. Oil companies contribute to the space. Oil companies factoring improper disposal of waste and overpopulated cities are some of the causes of global warming. With the support of scientific evidence, Mr. Speaker, that proves the existence of climate change, some world leaders are directly against and ignoring that we are on the cusp of experiencing more and more natural disasters, which are directly linked to climate change. Leaders such as the sitting President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump, says, and I quote, "I believe in clean air, immaculate air, but I don't believe in climate change." How can this not be true, Mr. Speaker, if countries such as St. Martin experienced a drought for 3 months, experiencing rain for the first time in June since March of 2019, according to their meteorology office? Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, 3 months without rain? Although the National Emergency Agency has an extensive disaster plan for various natural emergencies in the Bahamas, we can still improve on our procedures and build a more modern plan to help connect with our citizens during and after a catastrophic storm. My recommendations are as follows. First, we must find other methods of energy. The world has changed its path from oil and fuel to renewable energy. Though wind turbines may not be effective in the Bahamas, solar energy is. By building a solar energy farm on Crown land, it will ease the load on the grid, which will eventually allow Bahamians to sit in the comfort of their homes without wondering if they'll be hit by PPL in their 3-hour load shedding rotation schedule. Pertaining to disaster preparedness, Mr. Speaker, our policies must be revised. Our nation has experienced numerous major storms to continuously drop the ball whenever another one strikes. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honorable member of East Grand Bahama. Though we have the best building codes in this region, they must be revisited in efforts of making them more sustainable to the higher wind velocities. We must stop converting small plant and low-lying areas to residential areas for profit, Mr. Speaker, then cry because the areas prone to flooding. Mr. Speaker, us young people must come together to preserve what our forefathers and foremothers destroyed. We cannot allow our children to grow up on the stories and photos of animal species and possible countries because of our actions like we have. We must conserve and preserve our environment. We must save our Bahamas before it is too late. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Seabreeze.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Jada Brown, and I rise today on behalf of the diligent people residing in the great constituency of Seabreeze, where our very own Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture, Honorable Lanisha Roll, represents. And for the next 5 minutes, I'll be speaking on our current crisis, climate change. The Secretary General of the United Nations remarked in his closing at the high-level segment of the Talanoa Dialogue that we no longer have the luxury of time. And Mr. Speaker, after experiencing one of the longest and strongest recorded Atlantic hurricanes, I think my fellow Bahamians and I could agree that we no longer have the luxury of time. So what is climate change? Typically, it is defined as a progressive change in weather patterns in a specific region. It encompasses rising average temperatures in addition to extreme weather events shifting wildlife populations and habitats, rising seas, etc. This may be the world's definition, but as we dig a bit deeper and consider climate change for Bahamians, its uninhabited islands, homeless and jobless citizens, over 1,000 Bahamians missing, and a rising death toll of 51 identified persons due to Hurricane Dorian. Over $60 million in damages to the agricultural and marine industry, according to Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources, the Honorable Michael Pintas, and a rise in anxiety and depression amongst our nation. More specific to my constituency, due to the fact that certain sectors of sea breeze are low-lying areas, citizens residing there are faced with frequent floods, and their homes that were once worth thousands of dollars are now being depreciated. These adverse effects are hitting the Bahamian people hard, and the time is now for us to take action against this global crisis of climate change. So, Mr. Speaker, what can we do? Better yet, what must we do as a nation to protect ourselves from climate change? As we try to find the answer to this issue, the fate of our homes, islands, and the world at large is within our own reach. Moving forward, the main goal should be to protect and preserve the resources that we still have and make provisions to reprimand those who do not wish to do so. The implementation of an environmental court where environmental lawyers and matters are separated from civil matters would assist the Bahamian people with this issue. Mr. Speaker, though there are laws in place surrounding the agricultural and marine industry, the lack of environmental justice causes these matters to be overlooked and considered less important when compared to other issues such as crime in our country today. Along with the point made, the government should focus on developing the outer islands, thus avoiding overpopulation in New Providence. As the honorable member of North Abaco said, overpopulation brings a greater necessity for land space, food, water, and resources, thus resulting in deforestation, soil degradation, loss of biodiversity, and all-around pollution. The development of another island would allow the government to be able to manage the smaller scales of pollution and combat the factors contributing to climate change. With the overpopulation of New Providence comes the increase in not only car emissions, but the amount of traffic we encounter every day. Mr. Speaker, is it just me, or does it take twice as long for my daily commute? I mean, sitting in traffic for hours at a time. While waiting in traffic, our cars emit carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that heat up in the atmosphere and contribute to climate change. To reduce the daily emissions, an effective transportation system, as well as better rates and specific incentives, could be developed to appeal to the Bahamian people. Similar to the Oyster card in London, a smart card could be established for persons taking the bus with discounted rates when purchasing bus rides for the day, week, or month. Once uploaded, bus riders will have to tap the card against a specific card reader that has up-to-date technology that indicates a successful payment when entering and exiting the bus, thus making the off and onloading of passengers a seamless process. With more people taking the bus, less cars will be on the road, meaning less emissions amongst our nation. Mr. Speaker, though these suggestions may seem minute in the world that we live in today, these same small changes in our daily lives could be the determining factors on whether the Bahamas will sink or whether it will swim in the race to eradicate climate change. Overall, the goal is to reduce our carbon footprint and find effective ways for the Bahamian people to do so. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close with a quote by Mother Teresa. It states, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples." I use this platform today, and the point stated to cast my stone. And the hope is that the ripples that I've created will not only urge my peers, but the government to take immediate action to eradicate the factors contributing to climate change in our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are good people in the stellar constituency of Tall Pines. People of whom I have the honor of representing here this morning. As a country with experience of coping with earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural disasters, Japan believes in emphasizing the mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction. We therefore prioritize investment in disaster prevention and post-disaster improvements. under a policy of Build Back Better by Japanese statesman Shinzo Abe. We as a nation must take a page or, in fact, a chapter out of Shinzo Abe's book and emphasize the mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction and prioritize investments into post-disaster improvements. However, have no fear, Mr. Speaker. We, the future, are here. We are rolling full steam ahead, leading the charge, putting service above self, with a plan, main annual objectives, and a passion for the future of this country to ensure that we build back better Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I am here to present 21st century solutions to the 21st century problems that we encounter here in the Bahamas, pre and post natural disasters. The Nassau Guardian reported on September 2nd, 2019, in the words of the Most Honorable Hubert A. Minnis, during a press conference at the National Emergency Management Agency, we're facing a hurricane, Hurricane Dorian, that we've never seen in the history of the Bahamas. Wind velocity as high as 180 miles per hour, with gusts in excess of 200 miles per hour. Therefore, we need to adopt the behavior of being proactive rather than reactive. As a pre-hurricane precaution, a mandatory evacuation law must be in effect. As a result of it becoming a law, resistance to evacuate will lead to either arrest or fines. Mama always said if you can't hear, you feel. This policy will ensure that citizens leave their homes and migrate to higher, safer grounds until the storm has concluded. With the consideration and potent presence of climate change and global warming, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, concretized that the Earth's waters will possess more warmth annually. As a result, hurricanes will inevitably become stronger. Therefore, the Bahamas is in desperate need of a continuity of government plan. The elements of a viable continuity plan are essential functions, orders of succession, delegation of authority, continuity facilities, continuity communication, and vital record management. This entire operation can be held in some of the strongest places in the Bahamas, places that withstood Hurricanes Joaquin and Matthew. The forts of Nassau, Fort Charlotte, Fort Montague, and Fort Fincastle. During the hurricane, we will still be able to communicate with neighboring countries in times of distress and have all of the country's documents remain safe and secure. However, in the wake of hurricanes, we must import mobile homes, not recreational vehicles, not trailers, mobile homes, which include the basic amenities that a home possesses: bedrooms, bathrooms, and kitchens. Homes that can be easily constructed, yet easily dismantled if ever a need to relocate. With the insurmountable amount of crown land in this country, we can construct temporary communities to house the displaced families until they can stand on their own 2 feet. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas is presently facing arcane times, economically, financially, mentally, and emotionally. However, in the words of Robert Schuller, tough times don't last. Tough people do. Mr. Speaker, we are a strong, resilient, fearless nation, one that retreats from no challenge, because we believe in one common goal, and that is in the words beaming bright on these historic walls. Together, we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Tall Pines. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exumas and Ragged Island. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me. The resolution that is at the floor today is a pertinent one, and one that has captured the attention of countries around the globe. The Bahamas must deal with the present danger of climate change, and there is a clarion call to mitigate its effects. These drastic damages and their impacts will affect generations yet unborn. It is petrifying to know that families with wealth are now poor. Businesses and incomes are now gone. It is ironic that the very quality that has contributed to the greatness of our country now threatens our very existence. The Bahamas now faces immense challenges that can no longer be ignored. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to elaborate on some of the challenges that we as a nation must consider on the way forward. In an article furnished with indisputable facts by Dr. Adele Thomas, she stated that the Bahamas is in the top 10 list of countries that are susceptible to climate change. Mr. Speaker, I cannot reiterate enough the severity of this issue, as it threatens our bread and butter industry, tourism. In casually listening to a ZNS report about 2 weeks ago, it was announced that tourism arrival has decreased by 12% compared to the same time last year. In 2018, Abaco performed extraordinarily well with well over 500,000 visitor arrivals. We must make it known globally that the Bahamas is still open for business, and that there are islands other than Grand Bahama and Abaco that await tourist arrivals. When I consider the island of Exuma, for example, most of our tourist accommodations are situated in coastal areas. Larger hotels such as Sandals Resort, Peace and Plenty, and Palm Bay have taken advantage of the scenic beach views to establish their businesses. In the face of climate change and natural disaster, the Bahamas must initiate plans and policies that will support sustainability, resilience, and recovery of the islands. In this regard, Grand Bahama and Abaco. Mr. Speaker, small island states such as the Bahamas contribute very little to climate change. However, why do we have to be the ones so adversely impacted? Young Bahamians, I call on you today to be proactive and lead the fight. We must demand that these industrialized nations, the real culprits, fully implement the global climate change deal that was agreed to in Paris. We must go back to the drawing board and devise a building code that can and will be resilient enough to withstand Category 5 hurricanes. Mr. Speaker, sustainable energy is an idea whose time has simply come. The government should invest in energy efficient measures. Mr. Speaker, in an article written by the Tribune, 2 Androsian men hid in mangroves during Hurricane Dorian for 4 consecutive days, with winds up to speeds of 185 miles per hour, returning home safely on the 5th day. Mr. Speaker, mangroves protect us. Why aren't we protecting the very same thing that protects us? We would have never theorized the damage caused. So why plan? It would have never happened because as a people, we know how to pray. After all, we have prayed many storms away. Mr. Speaker, plans and policies have not been materialized because it was not our priority. The sobering images and stories of Dorian should have changed our beliefs and ways of thinking, rightly so. Mr. Speaker, we must all join the conversation. The ordinary man in the street, the fisherman, the businessman, and the government, the rich and the poor, must all help to make our archipelagic nation more resilient against the effects of climate change. I am calling on the young people in our country who are fervent about ecology, biotechnology, sociology, and the advancement of our nation technologically to step up. We must seize the opportunity to be what Malcolm Strong calls a poster child for climate change awareness. I close, Mr. Speaker, with the words of former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and I quote, "This is a moral challenge of our generation. Succeeding generations depend on us. We cannot rob our children of their future any longer." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's truly a blessing to be alive in the more advanced and developed world we live in today. It moves my heart. Thank you. It moves my heart. It moves my heart to see us as human beings to care for one another, especially during these difficult times. Where we're facing a catastrophe of natural disasters, family feuds here and there, and even the over-the-top disputes amongst our school peers or our loving friends. But these difficult times never stopped us from moving forward with an even more brighter future ahead of us and our future next generation. I've seen those viral videos, the world's seeing those footages from social media, about our country state with Abaco and Grand Bahama. And many lives were claimed by Hurricane Dorian. Thousands, some say, I think like by the Punch or the Tribune, and many more are still ruined. So many of us, and so much work is left ahead of us. But I believe in the day with the many brilliant minds of youth we have here, as well as the support of our current government and the burning spirit of our nation. And I think we will rise and overcome this obstacle. Mr. Speaker, I represent the vast, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, I represent the vast industrious district of Carmichael. There are some recommendations I know we could examine as a national plan to intercept against the climate change and social media, but starting with climate change. Uh, there are a few key elements with the climate change that triggers natural disaster, with higher temperatures likely to make more areas like the Atlantic region that we are in, like the Bahamas. It's to be more drought, or it could increase through more powerful storms over time. That's source data you could find from the United States and the British Geographical Survey. In a second. And then there's also the current homes are not made to withstand intensifying hurricanes. And the follow-up is a question about how well are our homes insured throughout these natural disasters for property owners that invest, in our country's landscape, the Bahamas. There's even protocols that are absent that we need to put in place for our citizens to follow as like a mandatory to prevent the high risk of losing any more lives with Bahamians. We're burning a lot of these fossil fuels, for powering automobiles, like our expensive brand cars, and for some people that, tight on money, just a budget, basically use it like as a bubbler, we call it, right? So we got machine generators powering through BPL, and their generators are fueled by gases and diesel to power New Providence, which is really out of date. And you hear like 13-year-olds and they say that's pop down, you know what I mean? Like all that is not to be carbon emissions, and we in the rest of the world see it as like a huge problem for Earth's atmosphere. So I came with some solutions that we could use. Like for one, we could have like eco-friendly home building. I think there are like I think top 5 countries in the world that are already running their power through eco-friendly like energy and home buildings. That's like Iceland, Switzerland, Costa Rica, Sweden, and Norway themselves. The use of renewable energy greatly contributes to the reduction of carbon in the air, thus a cleaner and safer environment. The most notable action is the partnership between Sweden and its neighboring countries, which we could also do as well if we wanted in the Bahamas, especially by taking responsibility to protect their Baltic Sea and protect the ecosystem. We could do the same thing, especially with our Atlantic region or Caribbean region, whatever, sea, and protect our ecosystem as well, especially the coral reefs. I think agreeing with East Grand Bahama as well. The citizens of the countries, they use renewable energy in order to provide the production, of greenhouse gases. And I think Sweden is listed among the greenest countries in the world with an environmental protection index of 86.0. The country plans on eradicating the use of fossil fuels by the year 2020. The move is meant to prevent environmental pollution, and I think we could copy that sort of model if we want, and that could be used in the Bahamas so that we could prevent that, the environmental pollution. There's also other things we could do with the eco-friendly building homes, the materials you could use. They have like something called timbercrete you could use, like Australian. In Australia, they use timbercrete, so it's like composed of like timber waste, sand, and building mortars. It's molded to like be pressed into blocks, so you can use in a similar way that's conventional, like for concrete bricks. So you can use those, and I think you can keep them like afloat, even if there's a flood happening in our country. They'll still stay like completely stand together. And if you want to where like the water doesn't wash it away, you can keep it anchored with some sort of structural model that you can use in place.
Honorable member, please wrap up. You have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. But anyway, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I think everyone here could see that I thank you for giving my attention and providing me the opportunity to share my concept of improvement in the Bahamas. Thank you.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in delight to represent the marvelous people of Centerville here today. In a 21st century economy, we must explore the horizons in combating global climate change, prepare adequate provisions in the face of natural disasters, and discuss the implementations of legislation that will protect, promote, and preserve the Bahamas and its future. Climate change is indeed a challenging reality for the Bahamas, as year after year we experience hotter summers and warmer winters. Mr. Speaker, we... Chair. Thank you. Madam Chair, might I remind you that the Bahamas is 4,489.65 miles south of the North Pole and just 1,730.70 miles north of the equator, which suggests the reason for our constant subtropical weathers, correct? Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, I'd like to make mention to this honorable House. July 22nd, 2019 marks the hottest day in New Providence in over 14 years, with a forecasted peak of 95 degrees Fahrenheit, according to Wayne Neely of the Bahamas National Meteorology Department. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, allow me to resonate my reasoning for recalling the aforementioned fact on the weather forecast. The answer to that is simple. New Providence, being the capital of the Bahamas, the main center for commerce and most densely populated Bahamian island, that can be likened to the role of a mother whom everyone looks for necessary assistance. Hence, the fact temperature climbs as high as 95 degrees should make us stop to think and focus our attention on the southern dangers of climate change. Solomon Sayang, the Chancellor Associate Professor of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley, stated that once it's 95 degrees or more can be very damaging to crops, very damaging to human health, which could be very damaging to the universe itself. Which, Madam Chair, leads me to believe that once our crops die out, our oxygen would subsequently die out as well. And if the weather is affecting our health, Bahamians would start to migrate to cooler grounds such as Canada, parts of the United States, and Europe. In crucial times like these, we as a country need each other now more than ever. Madam Chair, scientists have proven that we Bahamians, we humans contribute to 100% of global warming, with high emissions of green gases, chlorofluorocarbons such as air conditioners, refrigerators, and aerosol sprays, which are all major contributors to global warming, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Madam Chair, we are now at risk more than ever as a nation. We must remember that although we do not contribute heavily to climate change, we are contributors nevertheless. And we are still being affected and will always be affected if we don't stand in solidarity with other nations around the world and become an activist nation for climate change. Madam Chair, it is to my belief that this plan has yet to come to fruition here in the Bahamas simply because our government and we as a nation aren't too keen on focusing on global warming and climate change. Madam Chair, As in this 21st century economy, we as a nation must significantly reduce the use of fossil fuels, such as oil, coal, and natural gases, by replacing them with alternative and renewable energy sources. I propose the following solutions, Madam Chair. First, we must immediately eradicate single-use plastic bags by providing persons with biodegradable ones and informing the nation of the present dangers of climate change. Secondly, we must consider equipping the ministry responsible for electricity distribution and energy with the adequate budget to establish solar farms through the Bahamas instead of the use of fossil fuel emitting generators, or explore the practicality that will impact and protect our environment or alleviate our nation's summer load shedding. Madam Chair, I further say the Bahamas is undoubtedly no stranger to natural disasters, and in fact, we expect them yearly. If a year dares to go by and there's no storm here, we say to ourselves, man, a big one coming. Bahamians expect to endure a massive storm every year. And this is due to the likelihood, or some may say, the new norms of annual hurricanes visiting our tropic islands. Madam Chair, on September 1st, 2019, the day we as a nation will never forget, as our northern islands was devastated by the storm of Hurricane Dorian. As I remind you, the storm traveled at a slow pace of 185 miles per hour and gusts up to 225 miles per hour, almost worthy of being categorized as a non-existing Category 6 storm, making it the strongest storm to ever hit the Bahamas on record, according to Scientific American. This storm left the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama defenseless, as 20-plus foot wall of water in the form of storm surges, as well as more than 3 feet of torrential rainfall, leaving most of our northern islands inundated. It is debatable whether the government as well as the citizens of the Bahamas were prepared for Hurricane Dorian, and consequently underestimating the impact it would have had on our family islands. Madam Mr. Speaker, might I enlighten you that this catastrophic event led to the death of 61 confirmed to date, along with hundreds of persons classified as missing and unaccounted for, according to mercycorps.org. Mr. Speaker, Dorian left the homes of many on the islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco shattered, flooded, and destroyed. Families left in agony, distress, and searching for their loved ones.
Honorable Member of Senate Bill, could you wrap it up for me, please?
Mr. Speaker, may I conclude by asking this thought-provoking question. Have we, as a nation and a people, come to the conclusion that we are in a losing battle against climate change? Mr. Speaker, it is to my belief that everyone sitting here today can agree on something, that we are in a losing battle against climate change, but we are not defeated. We are strong. If we love our country as much as we say we do, we must enter the fight against global warming, and we must enter the fight against climate change. And when we do that, we will do it with all our strength, with all our will, and with all our passion, because the Bahamas is strong. As we profess, Bahamas strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Speaker, I fervently represent uniquely diversified, hardworking, and diligently noted constituents of Fox Hill. I am indeed, in fact, we appreciate it for this opportunity to speak to the dire need for substantial changes in the Bahamas in pertinence to climate change. It can be heavily regarded that we as human beings are indeed the foremost cause of global warming and subsequently climate change. Through harmful acts on our economy, namely deforestation, water disposal, exhausting use of fossil fuels, overpopulation, and mining, we have in turn destroyed our earth and the future thereof. In a profound quote of the past president of France, Francois Hollande, he proclaimed, "We have a single mission to protect and hand on the planet to the next generation." Question: how have we preserved our Bahama land for the next generation? We have not. Mr. Speaker, we are all indeed accountable for the state of decline the world is in as we speak. But alas, not all hope is lost. Though climate change poses as a sizable threat to our economy and moreover the state of the world, we are able to reduce the impact by preserving our natural resources, ceasing industrialization as well as deforestation and the use of fossil fuels. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that as a nation we cease, we desist, and we preserve within our economy. First of all, we must holistically cease the rate of industrialization through deforestation, which is the wide-scale development of industries in a region inclusive of the uprooting and disposal of flora and fauna. By eradicating the amount of trees and plants in our economy to replace them with man-made amenities and commodities, what are we doing? We are cutting off our oxygen suppliers. Do we not need oxygen to breathe? Mr. Speaker, there will be no lives left if we continue down this treacherous path. In addition, we must resist the use of fossil fuels in our environment. Fossil fuels are strong contributors to global warming in that it produces various greenhouse gases such as nitrous oxide and carbon dioxide, which induces and amplifies the greenhouse effect on the Earth, which is simply the heating of the Earth's surface. Moreover, the fossil fuels being used is the more damage being inflicted on our Earth. Finally, we must begin to preserve our mangrove wetlands in the Bahamas. We must protect our mangroves as well as natural resources. Luckily, even though we are a small nation, mangroves serve as protectors to our islands during the time of natural disasters, having special adaptations which allows us to do so. According to Living Oceans Foundation, the Bahamas mangrove wetland is unprotected. Anyone is able to do whatever they please with them with no form of penalization. BAM, which is the Bahamas Awareness of Mangroves, have shed light on this matter, reaching out for change. But what have we done? Mr. Speaker, did you know that two men survived the wake of Dorian while residing in a mangrove off of Grand Peak? For 4 days, they rode out that horrific storm in a tree. Undeniably, statistics have shown and proven that Hurricane Dorian is the largest and one of the greatest hurricanes to hit the Bahamas. Having seen the devastative and indelible mark Hurricane Dorian has left on Grand Bahama and Abaco, we can note that we too can do so. These brave men rode out that bone-chilling storm, but we insist on cutting down every tree in sight just to build one more building that will be torn down with one Living in the Bahamas, undoubtedly, we all have heard the habitual aphorism. Trouble is easy to get into, but hard to get out of. Mr. Speaker, climate change is the issue, and we must divert and conquer the task at hand. If we do not, there'll be no future for the children, no future for the next generation, no future for this generation, no future for you, and no future for me. We must we have to change. We must change. We will change for the betterment of our generation, the generations to come, the country, and on a wider spectrum, the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah.
Today, I stand before you representing the people of the humble Mount Moriah. I stand here as Deputy Head Boy of Anatole Rogers and the second Vice President for the Bahamas Conference. We're talking about climate change. We're talking about life at stake. I'm going to latch on to what South Beach, the member of South Beach, says. We all know a disaster refers to an accident or natural catastrophe that causes great damage and loss of a person's life. We all know as Bahamians that hurricane season starts from June 1st and ends in November 30th. We all know that the Bahamas is the most vulnerable place to hurricanes. Where can we run?
The Bahamas is only, Nassau specifically is only 21 miles wide. Where are we gonna go? My question to people in the Bahamas is why don't we prepare? We talking about people running out during a hurricane, trying to put woods on the windows, trying to latch their roof down. How could you do that during 500-degree storms today? So that's 150 miles. How could you do that? That can't be possible. Let me tell you something. Inside a country such as the United States of America, who has millions and billions of people in one state, and they have to evacuate less than a certain amount of time before the hurricane arrives, and for people inside Freeport and Abaco, they can't even evacuate less than the Pacific time that the government say, and they can't do that? Let me tell you something. Any Bahamian citizen that does not operate under the order of a Royal Bahamas Police Force officer or the order of a Royal Bahamas Defense Force officer, they ought to be arrested. Because this is life safety we're talking about. Huh? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And I can give you another example. I watched the ZNS News channel and I listened to a lady in Abaco tell the people on ZNS Live in the Bahamas that I'm not moving from my place because she said this ain't the first hurricane that hit Abaco. She must be talking about the one inside 1932 they called the Great Abaco Bahamas hurricane that hit them. But no, this is a whole new different rolling time. This is a whole new different structure. Huh? Listen. Her porch wasn't even that high. That's what we need to understand. The speaker told us just now this morning that the storm surge was more than 23 feet high. And she's telling the people that, no, I am not moving. How could you do that? I want to jump through the TV screen and ask her, are you crazy? Huh? Let me know. Come on. A Category 5 hurricane is in the midst. We're talking about life at stake. My member of South Beach has let us know, and listen, climate change is in the rise. And the real cause of climate change is all this carbon dioxide now. We talk about all these factories and the USA and Canada making all this carbon dioxide, water vapor, all these factories producing all these cars and boats. Oh, they feel good. But they pollute now. What? The Caribbean cannot take this anymore. And Nassau, New Province, as we know, is sinking. Matthew hurricane that hit us in 2017 has raised sea level to more than 5 feet above those docks right over there. Be sinking. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. My mother can't swim. And I can't take nobody on my box, bro. Listen. We as Bahamians must start preparing early. Put these boards up and out ahead of time. Go to the store when you are supposed to. The night before again, the roads filled with people trying to get to the store, trying to grab the suits, the corned beef, off of the stores. But listen, inside the States, they doing that all a week, months before. In Walmart, empty. You can't find them. You gotta go there way before you even have a hurricane season. Listen, I urge people of the Bahamas that if there's any time now to help, it's right now. Grab someone's hand, help them up. One of the strongest things that I learned from people over the internet, they said that the strongest set of people in this world are those that who can pull someone up as they're going, and they deal with their own struggles. I just want to urge the people of the Bahamas and the people in the United States of America that you can't know the Caribbean. We are a small set of group of islands trying to make it. Those factories are killing us. Haiti, over there in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, can't seem to get prepared, can't seem to repair from hurricanes that keep hitting us. We gotta stop them somehow. This is our country, this is our Caribbean. Let us fight together for this climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bain and Grandstown.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and my fellow Bahamians tuning in. It is a privilege to stand here representing the great constituency of Bain and Grandstown. Having recently migrated from Grand Bahama, I am honored to have been appointed a representative of my fellow brethren constituency. Mr. Speaker, it has been approximately 7 weeks since our fellow Bahamians came face to face with the monster called Dorian. It still saddens me to witness the damages caused and breaks my heart still to hear the many stories of Bahamians that lived throughout this tragedy, including my 75-year-old grandmother who was in Marshall Barbacoa. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you in this honorable place within the range of those listening by a variety of media to tell you that climate change is a hoax. Yeah, a hoax. I mean by that, it is a series of halfway policies. It's like getting rid of plastic straws. That fails to address the larger economic practices that contribute to climatology. Climatology is the real issue, and it's no joke, and not fake news. What I've said is no contradiction. Climatology is the mere comprehensive conception being avoided in the climate change debate. It demands unprecedented sacrifice, economic evolution, and innovation that demands a new way of life, a system of living beyond mere policy for which, sadly, the world has shown little commitment or consideration. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Both those arguing for and against climate change policies are deluded. I am saying climatology requires a change in our way of living, our economic model, and politics beyond anything yet imagined. Mr. Speaker, there have been some international movements toward transitional practices agreed between nations. The conversation surrounding climate change, Mr. Speaker, has been around for a while, dating back to 1992, dating back to the 1992 United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, an intergovernmental environmental treaty focused on the stabilization of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that would prevent dangerous interference with the global climate system. This treaty then gave birth to the 1997 Kyoto Protocol, an extension of the UNFCCC, and the implementation of the 1992 treaty, making it the world's first climate change agreement, establishing the first technical rules on carbon footprint audits. During the 2004 Copenhagen Consensus, 8 economists created a global index of challenges facing the world, wrote suggestion papers of how to prepare for such challenges, global warming being one of the top 5. Then, the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement was ratified, another further extension of the UNFCCC. Here, Mr. Speaker, I would express my disappointment. These international initiatives cited above are essentially halfway measures to which nations have not only partly agreed and often observed in the breach. These initiatives have no enforcement mechanism, and the larger polluting nations do as they please, while smaller nations such as ourselves bear the brunt of both effects and costs of climate change policies. Mr. Speaker, climatology isn't and shouldn't be based on international agreements, but rather each nation must commit to and must take control of other climate agendas to develop climatological innovations aimed at fostering a new way of life I have mentioned. In this way, every nation and we ourselves must take a leading role. With more than 2 decades of explicit prior warnings, Mr. Speaker, those countries deemed global powers have failed us. Scientists have failed us. Growing up, I remember my elders telling me that the world was going to end in 2000. We're here 19 years later. I remember the 2012 Mayan myth, and here we are. The entire debate seems driven by fear-mongering hysteria on one side and shiftless head in the sand indifference on the other. I therefore demand, Mr. Speaker, that we begin immediately in the Bahamas to examine and imagine the proper coordinates of a climatological consistent existence which we had adopted it would have lifted the damages from recent natural upheavals. With an understanding of climatology, Mr. Speaker, we can begin to enact changes to our way of living today that will reduce our carbon footprint and truly begin to cultivate a culture of climatology. In my capacity as Minister of Technology and Innovation, I propose several initiatives that can be implemented today, Mr. Speaker. 1, improving national building codes with mandatory inclusion of alternative energy solutions, starting with government offices, converting 20 to 30% of government offices to alternative energy solutions by 2020, making the government a market maker for climate changing devices. Secondly, by the end of 2020, all government vehicles should be fully electric. Engage in private-public partnerships to develop decentralized renewable energy microgrids on family islands, whereas each neighborhood has their own grid powering that community, allowing for no single point of failure.
Honorable member for Baines and Grand Sound, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Mr. Speaker and most honorable members, good morning. I am the proud representative of the resilient people of the Pine Ridge constituency. I have come to debate the challenges of climate change in the Bahamas. It is timely, Mr. Speaker, to review and to implement policies to increase the protection, sustainability, resilience, and recovery of our country from the impact of climate change. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the devastation left behind by Hurricane Dorian of September 1st, 2019. The islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco will never be the same again. 70% of Grand Bahama's land mass flooded. Businesses on Queens Highway, the Grand Bahama International Airport, the domestic airport, the Rand Memorial Hospital, downtown Freeport, residential communities throughout Freeport. Storm surges severely affected West End and all east of the bridge. Not only were properties damaged, but precious lives were lost in both Grand Bahama and Abaco, and still hundreds of people missing. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahamians are further challenged with the potential of long-term damages in the environment, considering the 1.5 million gallons of oil spilled in East Grand Bahama. I dare say we have a long road to recovery spiritually, socially, economically, emotionally, and environmentally. May I, for a moment, Mr. Speaker, share my condolences to the families and friends in East Grand Bahama who have lost loved ones. We pray for their strength and to overcome the pain of grief. Mr. Speaker, I am still mesmerized by the horrifying experiences and stories of my people, who are still awakened from nightmares and the fear of rains that followed after Dorian. Mr. Speaker,
This fall, I was enrolled as a freshman in the University of the Bahamas Northern Campus. 2 weeks into the semester, everything normal came to a stop on our island. By all accounts, the destruction of Hurricane Dorian is historical. So I decided to delay the start of my degree program to serve the people in my constituency. It was my turn to demonstrate service above self. I believe that this was the occasion of the lifetime for me, as a Bohemian, to help those who hurt the most. Since September 5th, 2019, I began working in the hurricane relief with my parents. We joined forces with the Grand Bahama Relief Foundation on September 14th. To date, we have served over 20,000 people with food supplies, water, baby products, airbeds, clothing, shoes, hygiene kits, and more. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, I went on a journey to West End to distribute food and water to the residents. From the back end of a flatbed, I met a lady who expressed that we were the first to come to a home which was remotely located in a bushy area. Mr. Speaker, this is certainly labor that is not in vain. Lives are touched and hope is restored. I resolve, Mr. Speaker, that we be the generations of parliamentarians who will engage young people to become nation builders for a greener and environmentally safer Bahamas. Firstly, we must begin with education. Immediately put into action the formation of elementary and secondary curriculum to educate young Bahamians on the importance of environmental stewardship. Secondly, we must encourage patriotism. Learning to serve one's country with the commitment to good stewardship will build new environmentally responsible citizens, and it will help young Bahamians find their calling in their homeland. I have learned that loyalty to one's country can best be developed through service. Mr. Speaker, let it be required for all young people from the date of their high school graduation to be enlisted with a stipend to serve for 1 year in the rebuilding of hurricane-ravaged communities, urban renewal projects, or for environmentally based organizations. Our nation needs young people involved in making the future hopeful. Those candidates who complete their year should be eligible for government jobs appropriate to their educational requirements before and after a college degree. Graduates from the service program should be more readily employable by private organizations due to their service time. Today, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the resolution for implementation of stewardship principles and servant leadership teaching in government schools and the youth service program can increase the protection, sustainability, resilience, and recovery of our country from the impacts of climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Mr. Speaker, may we admit it that we have a moment of silence for those that have lost their lives in the dreadful Hurricane Dorian. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests, a pleasant morning. I would like to first thank the Lord for giving me this great opportunity to stand before all of you Bohemians this morning. I want to thank my awesome constituents of Marco City on the great and beautiful island of Grand Bahama. Today, as the MP of Marco City, I agree that we implement changes to assist us in the preparedness of natural disasters, such as having the necessary materials for the buildings, in particular on the great island of Grand Bahama. Before I take a stand, it would be an honor to give you the definition of the phrase climate change, which is often used to refer specifically
to anthropogenic climate change, also known as global warming. I also want to applaud the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Alexander Minutes, for appointing Member of Parliament for Central Grand Bahama, Honorable Aaron Lewis, as the Minister of State for the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness Management and Reconstruction. I believe and know that this ministry will be very, very successful in assisting the Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, as I did my research, I searched up the building code according to the Bahamas Building Code, which is under the Ministry of Works and Utilities, and it says as follows. As all plans required under the Professional Architects Act 1994 to be prepared by a licensed architect or architectural technician shall be sealed and signed legibly by the said architect or architectural technician, whose registration under Professional Architects Act 1994 must be current. Any citizen or permanent resident of the Bahamas submitting an application under the conditions of Section 34 of the Professional Architects Act shall be required to sign and legibly print their names on all drawings for which they are responsible. The plan shall include every floor and section of every story, floor, stairwell, and roof of the building, upon which sufficient details shall be included to show whether the building complies with this code. Such plans shall include the level of the side of the building, the level of the lowest floor of the building, and the level of any street adjoining the premises in relation to one another and above some known datum. In low-lying areas, the level of the lowest floor should be at least 12 inches above any known flood level or 18 inches above crown on adjacent road, whichever is greater. Mr. Speaker, and according to that, I have still not seen buildings on Grand Bahama structured correctly. In a world that we live in, being in the center of the hurricane eye, we have always gotten hit by some type of natural disaster. Whether it's a tropical storm, Mr. Speaker, or a hurricane. September 2nd, 2019, on Grand Bahama and Abaco, a natural disaster has been written down and recorded as a historic moment for many. Many persons lost their lives, homes, jobs, and many more, and especially themselves. Mr. Speaker, if I might add, for example, the year 2005, Jane and Francis approached Grand Bahama and created a serious problem for inhabitants. This year, many persons then marked that as the worst one ever. But now that we are in 2019, we see that Dorian has mishandled and erupted the islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco. Grand Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, if I might add, are strong, fair, and determined people. Dorian stopped and rested upon us, but yet we rise above it all. Yes, we lost many things. Yes, we looked crazy to many when we cried out for help and still did not receive some. Yes, we may lose the things that we once possessed, as homes and cars, and even sometimes our own loved ones, Mr. Speaker. But I stand to let you know we will not stop rising, even though we are still searching for help. Schools and offices were closed for a period of time. Why was that? You might ask, Mr. Speaker. It is because of the many disorders that happened to the buildings. If these buildings were built with hurricane-impact windows and doors, the cost of refurbishing these places would have been less. The money that were collected could have gone to help other things. My fellow Bahamians, this policy might not have been placed into action because of the mindset of people. We must look at the toils and the trials that we of all went through. Does it really seem as if we were secured and ready for another disaster? No, no, no. If I might ask that question again, does it really seem as if we are secured and ready for another natural disaster on Grand Bahama and Abaco? Can I hear somebody say no, 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 no? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gate. Golden Gate.
Morning, Mr. Speaker, and to honorable members of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to paint a picture for you. The brutal sun glazing on the foreheads of children at play. That same exact sun beating on the backs of hard-working construction workers. Winds up to 185 miles per hour, and as a result, roofs being lifted from the homes of Grand Bahamians and Abaconians. Families suffering from the loss of their loved ones because of flooding. Population decreased by hundreds because of climate change. Mr. Speaker, this is not simply our imagination, but the sad reality of the Bahamian people. According to EPA.ie, climate can be described as the average weather over some time. Climate change means a significant change in the measures of climate such as temperature, rainfall, wind, lasting for an extended period, decades or longer. Climate change is widely recognized as the most urgent problem facing humanity. Mr. Speaker, as an archipelago rich with marine life and a fragile ecosystem, the Bahamas is particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. This was proven by the devastating Hurricane Dorian. Michael Mann, a climate scientist and director at Penn State University's Earth Science System Center, said that it is no coincidence that the strongest storms recorded globally in both hemispheres have all happened during the last few years when global sea surface temperatures have been at record levels. We as the government need to put in place modernized building codes and make it mandatory for the citizens of this country to follow it, to ensure the lesser chance of the rules being lifted from the four walls of the homes of our Bahamian people. Select committees should be formed with the Ministry of Works to regularly check that the building codes are being enforced for the safety of the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, we need to drive less, walk, ride our bicycles, and use public transportation more often. Northwestern or EDU says that you'll reduce the amount of carbon monoxide for every mile you do not drive. Mr. Speaker, global warming is happening and we need to take action. Mr. Speaker, we also need to enforce the laws relating to cutting down pine forests and dredging wetlands, mangrove swamps, and protecting our coral ecosystems. This will most definitely help reduce global warming. Mr. Speaker, we as Bahamian people need to recycle more. It seems as though we have lost the sight of the clean, green, and pristine Bahamas we once wanted. And why is it that there are large amounts of recyclable trash lying around? We need recycle bins to influence recycling in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, as young people, we can help with climate change by promoting developments that help to restore our planet's natural carbon cycle. Mr. Speaker, we can protest against economic practices that exploit the land and increase greenhouse emissions. Oh, Mr. Speaker, we need renewable energy options such as solar, wind turbines, geothermal plants that can produce clean and abundant access to electricity. The Bahamas has a lot of space, uninhabited islands where green energy plants can be built. Mr. Speaker, as I take my seat, we need to treat climate change as the greatest threat facing our Bahama land. As my grandmother always said, this is all we got. We need to work together to solve this issue. In the words of the most honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis, referring to climate change, this is a threat which we did not cause. This is a threat which we cannot survive on our own. As citizens of this great Bahama land, we must work together to take care of our country so that this nation can continue to stand and continue the journey of moving forward, onward, upward, and together. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a strange sensation going on in the room. Can you feel it? Something is not quite right. People are looking at each other uncomfortably. Cell phones are ringing. I can hear the strong howling and roaring of the fierce winds on the outside. Hurricane shutters are starting to fall off the windows. The ceiling of the roof is lifting up. And people are starting to yell and panic, looking for the nearest exit. To the Speaker of this honorable House, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning. I rise this morning to represent the great people of Central and South Eleuthera and move the stated resolution. Author Petra Namora once said, "We cannot stop natural disasters, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge. So many lives wouldn't have to be lost if there was enough disaster preparedness." In September of this year, Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Dorian devastated islands in the northern Bahamas, including Abaco and Grand Bahama. King tides spread rapidly through neighborhoods, destroying homes and disturbing thousands within hours. To date, Mr. Speaker, more than 50 people have perished as a result of this storm. I pause to better educate you about the Bahamas, our beautiful archipelago, and the effects of climate change. The Bahamas, like many other low-lying states, are especially vulnerable to climate change and associated sea level rise because of its land area that rarely exceeds 3 to 4 meters above sea level. Disasters can happen to anyone at any time. The Oxford Dictionary defines a hurricane as a large rotating storm with high speeds that form over warm waters in tropical areas. Hurricanes are not new to the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, as they have been occurring for decades. Some of you may recall Hurricane Andrew in 1992 or Hurricane Floyd 1999. What about Hurricane Francis 2004, Mr. Speaker? Hurricane Sandy 2012, and of course, Hurricane Matthew 2016, Hurricane Irma 2017, and we cannot forget Big Bad Dorian 2019, which brought terror. We must be proactive and plan ahead. How do we do this, Mr. Speaker? We should have a readily available emergency bag with water, non-perishable foods, the bare necessities. As we all know, there is no stopping a natural disaster. However, we can prepare ourselves for such an event. Hence, as a young aspiring doctor and future leader of this great country, I would like to make the following recommendations. I recommend that the Bahamas invest in sound mitigation projects, which include the following. The government, as well as nation builders, can revisit the present building codes and implement ways to improve building codes to meet the standard of any natural disaster. Secondly, we can raise electrical equipment in high-rise buildings. During the passage of Dorian, we have seen that water levels rose higher than the upper floor level, so perhaps we can implement a mobile clinic. Improve and increase the number of drainage systems adjacent to roads. The Emergency Responders Program should be implemented in the Ministry of Education's curriculum and be taught at all grade levels so that students would be fully aware and trained in response in the event of a natural disaster or any emergency. In today's world, the problem is not the lack of technology, but the lack of awareness of technology that we do have. Our actions today will determine if we are going to be more vulnerable or resilient to them. If we want to prevent a natural disaster from turning into a fatal disaster, we all need to work together. We need to make the right choices at the national level, and the good news is that we can do it together. Today, even the youngest among us can be a part of this world's project. That is, to reduce the effects of natural disasters. Even with all of our technology and the inventions that make modern life so much easier than it was, It takes just one big natural disaster to wipe all of that away and remind us that here on Earth, we're still at the mercy of nature. Neil Tyson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Michael.
I am delighted to be here representing the wonderful constituency of Michael, Maguana, Inagua, Crooked Island, Athens, and Long Key. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm just suffocating from the lack of oxygen in the atmosphere due to another tree being cut down due to greedy consumption of a manufacturer. What are we clearing these mass spaces for? The mass manufacturing of another eyeshadow palette, are overpriced for tasty drink, or another cycle of harmful fumes that contribute to the terrifying climate crisis we are currently in, and horrific events of oil spills, mechanical explosions that are seen as natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, my contribution here today will focus on three main points: the impending impacts of rising sea levels in the Bahamas, and mangrove farming, and clean, green, and pristine, my hopeful intervention of re-implementing and reinforcing recycling in the Bahamas. According to NASA, the sea level is expected to increase by 0.3 to 1 meter, 1 to 4 feet by 2100. The rising sea levels was evident during walking in 2015, where I stand with my fellow member from Long Island, and remembering it so vividly ripping through the southeastern Bahamas. I can remember vividly standing with my father and my stepmother in a cramped space for 3 days while we were battered unexpectedly by swift winds and outrageous heights of sea surge. These horrific stories were greatly scattered across the airwaves as Hurricane Dorian ripped through Grand Bahama and Abaco. The storm surge no one expected separated a father from his son, a grandmother from a favorite rocking chair, and killed over 61 persons with hundreds still missing. Mr. Speaker, the warmer the atmosphere gets, the amount of disastrous storms we have will develop in more numbers, and I fear that the island that I call home will be the first to go. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate and commend those organizations that are bringing awareness to how we can protect the place we call home. Two suggestions brought forward and I wholeheartedly support are mangrove farming and clean, green, and pristine initiatives. I stand with the honorable member of Fox Hill in saying that mangroves protect our coastal areas and protect them from erosion from rough seas and pollution in the waters. According to the Bimini Biological Field Station Foundation, mangroves serve as a buffer between land and sea and providing vital protection to the coastal shorelines and communities that they outline. It also went on to say, mangroves not only enhance the stabilization of the shoreline during tidal events such as hurricanes and tsunamis. In the Bahamas, mangroves are not protected by law and sometimes are completely wiped out for coastal and foreign development. Mr. Speaker, I propose to suggest a law protecting mangrove wetlands and the farming of mangroves in the Bahamas. Not only has it been proven that mangroves are beneficial to protect us from millions of dollars in climate change related costs, but it also supports the ecotourism in the Bahamas. Mangroves houses some of the beautiful species of the Bahamas, such as the spiny lobsters, and is linked to the development of healthy and productive coral reefs and offshore fisheries. As mangroves disappear, so will the beauty that has made many of these islands a picturesque place. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I would like to briefly touch on what we used to call clean, green, and pristine. Recycling in the Bahamas was one of the main ideas I was proud of. Seeing recycled bins lining my university campus and tourism-attracted areas made me blush with glee. But my heart sank in sorrow to see these areas after a year of placement left untouched and riddling over. For example, the wetland of Big Pond, which just happens to be a mangrove wetland, where a trash bin and a recycle bin are mixed and running over with garbage for days, weeks, and months. Mr. Speaker, my question is why implement such initiatives when we are evidently not taking it serious, not only as a government, but as a people? Recycling has proven itself as one of the main contributors against the fight of climate change. The Bahamas is making the necessary steps in becoming a more environmentally friendly country. There's a recycling plant, Renew Bahamas Materials Facility, officially opened in the Bahamas in 2015. I also want to congratulate the 2020 ban on plastic items in the Bahamas, but littering is a huge issue. Littering has overcrowded our streets, public places, and tourism attracted areas for years. Illegal dumping, despite becoming a law, still remains an unnecessary challenge. Implementing a law to protect our mangroves, along with implementing a law to protect our mangroves, we can also implement a law that will make littering illegal. A lot may argue that it is not feasible and that taxing behemoths against it is impossible to track. But it's a step in the right direction to keeping trash out of our natural resources and keep pollution to a minimum. Fines can be introduced for yards and businesses that are riddled with garbage and debris. Let's reintroduce the positive campaign which brings back awareness to a cleaner and greener Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, it is important to hear all of the ideas my great fellow parliamentarians are bringing forward, but it's also very much important to encourage our Bahamian people to read, educate themselves, and understand the detrimental effects that climate change is having on us. My Bahamian people, this isn't a problem of the next 50 years, or even 20. This is an issue of yesterday.
Honorable member for my card, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, I am here representing the prestigious islands of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Albert Einstein quoted, "The world as we have created it is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our way of thinking." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, climate catastrophe is on the horizon, and history will judge us for how we rise to meet this challenge. We have seen this problem evolve from a theory to a reality, and now an emergency. Developing countries, places with widespread poverty, and countries with ineffective governments sometimes face the gravest risk from the changing climate and are usually poorly equipped to find ways to prepare and prevent environmental threats. Mr. Speaker, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, an increase of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere will probably boost temperatures over most land surfaces, though the exact change will vary regionally. As temperatures and sea levels rise, so do the cost of food and flood insurance. New health issues from heat, air pollution, and the spread of infectious diseases are growing. It is no coincidence that the strongest storms on record globally in both hemispheres have all happened during the last few years when global sea surface temperatures have been at record levels, said Michael Mann, a climate scientist and director of Penn State University's Earth System Science Center. Human-caused climate change is visibly intensifying hurricanes and increasing the damage they are doing, he added. Economists generally agree that inaction on climate change would result in deep economic pain for the United States. Mr. Speaker, here are some ways to powerfully communicate climate change solutions. The first, create a vision for action. Talking about climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, and temperature goals, and so on is too abstract. We need a way to make people understand what needs to happen in the real world to solve the problem. Something simple that can capture people's imagination. Amplify the voices of impacted communities. The global community should hear the voices of those directly impacted by climate change and from those implementing solutions at the community level. This will help to highlight how climate solutions can be empowering and could serve to overcome structural barriers. Mobilization fosters a stronger, more resilient climate movement for solutions. We want to give people around the world the chance to take to the streets and communicate their own desire for climate change. The Bahamas, for those who live here, is simply a place to call home. For many Americans, it's a dream vacation spot. But Hurricane Dorian
turned that dream into a nightmare, destroying homes, flooding neighborhoods, and many lives were lost. And the worst part is, this is only the beginning. Unless we confront the climate crisis, global warming will turn more and more of our fantastic landscapes, cities we call paradise, and other dream destinations into nightmarish hellscapes. Today, I wonder what the future will hold for the remembrance of this hurricane and of its terrible ensuing trauma and losses. Mr. Speaker, Dorian caused such devastations in many lives, it's quite hard for others to adjust to a different life. Do you ever question how the children's education would be affected? Would they be granted the fairness as others? Or even how would they fit into other systems? Survivor Raymond King from Marsh Harbor said, everything was gone. Yes, I did witness the storm. I was in the front room and I watched a tornado carry my roof, he said. I was just there like, this cannot be real. Many people in Grand Bahama were forced to flee to the roofs of their homes to escape the rising floodwaters, which covered most of the island at one stage. It was all mind-blowing. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we need to take part and stop global warming and other effects on climate change. If humans contribute to control global warming, take a stand, and end most of the climate changes, the world would be a safer place to live on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Nassau Village.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to represent the community that has made me the person that I am today. The community of the Great Nassau Village is one that I hold near and dear to my heart. And as I rise to represent the people of Nassau Village, I worry for the future of my community and at large my country. Mr. Speaker, the drastic changes in our planet's climate has been a burning issue and topic of discussion for this past decade. Here in the Bahamas, we are not adding to the problem of global warming as much as more economically developed countries. However, we will be harshly victimized by this epidemic. Mr. Speaker, as sea levels rise, scientists have predicted that the Bahamas may lose up to 80% of our land mass in this century alone, potentially by the year 2050. Some may wonder, well, why has the government not implemented any solutions to the problem of climate change in the past? This may be because we are just beginning to feel the wrath of global warming here in the Bahamas. The pain brought to us by the record-breaking storm Hurricane Dorian opened our eyes to climate crisis we are currently in. I, a future leader of my country, refuse to remain quiet as we're in desperate need of solutions to this problem we have at hand. Mr. Speaker, I believe that hurricane preparation must be a main priority. Global warming makes us vulnerable to more Category 4 and Category 5 hurricanes. However, as storms become stronger, Mr. Speaker, we as a people will become stronger to overcome these disasters. Therefore, I suggest we be more personal with members of our communities. We must ensure that they have all the resources they need before the hurricane arrives, Mr. Speaker. Members of our constituencies need adequate food, clean water, shutters, life vests because storm surges are getting so high, and first aid kits, Mr. Speaker. As servants to our communities, we must ensure that every box on their supply list is ticked. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honorable member of East Grand Bahama. We must also transition away from traditional sources of energy, Mr. Speaker. Instead, we must use renewable energy. Using energy sources such as wind and polar power reduces the usage of carbon-intensive sources that contribute to global warming emissions. Not only will this reduce air pollution, Mr. Speaker, but this is a gateway for thousands of jobs, Mr. Speaker. The epidemic of unemployment
unemployment that is crippling our Bahamian economy can be on the decline through the introduction of renewable energy, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, what if we are too late? What if there's nothing more we can do to stop this climate change? What will we do then, Mr. Speaker? According to globalcitizen.org, Indonesia plans on spending $33 billion on moving its capital due to climate change. Is this the future that we want for our country? Is this the future that we see for our nation, Mr. Speaker? My homeroom teacher always says, time waits on no man. So do you think that it will wait on our 700 islands and keys, Mr. Speaker? We barely form a dot on the global map, Mr. Speaker. I think not. In fact, I know not, Mr. Speaker. If we want to help ourselves, we must take charge now. And if not, we will meet our unfortunate demise, Mr. Speaker. I leave with this thought. If we beg for change, then sit back during the time of action. What is the point of seeking change? Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time, and I continue to pray for the success of our great nation in years to come.
Honorable members, we welcome the presence of Mrs. Oriente Como-Lafe, leader of the Democratic National Alliance. Honorable members, forgive me for the wrong pronunciation of her name, Orenthia Como-Lafe. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would wish to begin my contribution firstly by expressing the sense of gratitude I feel towards the great constituents of Southern Shores who have entrusted me with this opportunity to represent them in this honorable house. An opportunity for which I am eternally grateful. I would also like to begin by stating how thankful I am to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture for this opportunity and for showing their continued commitment for the development of the youth in this country. Today, Mr. Speaker, I stand to push for a resolution to an issue that has already decimated the lives and homes of our brothers and sisters in the North. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to push for a resolution that poses further threats if we remain passive in pursuing a plan to bring relief to this issue. Today, I stand to fight for a solution to a problem that could impact our environment in ways that we have never yet seen and in ways that environmental researchers have predicted for the past 20 years. Mr. Speaker, today I stand with the people of Southern Shores in saying we must act proactively, promptly, and aggressively as a nation and as a people. We must, Mr. Speaker, we must guard our beautiful Bahama land from the imminent danger that climate change gives rise to, and be aware that this threat will not only affect every man, woman, and child throughout the length and breadth of our Commonwealth, but will affect the economy, environment, and the infrastructure as destructive forces such as Hurricane Dorian continue to rip through our small, vulnerable islands. Mr. Speaker, as we have all seen the desolation and devastation that Hurricane Dorian has caused to the islands of Great Abaco and Grand Bahama, if we as 21st century Bahamians allow this issue to continue to affect our country, it would be a mere disservice to the forefathers of whom backs this country was built. Mr. Speaker, if we remain contented and continue to exacerbate this problem, it would be as if we enjoy watching tropical storms of devastating nature continue to ravage our homes, businesses, schools, and communities. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this House, my fellow Bahamians, this dilemma is indeed a real one. Hurricane Andrew in 1992
Isabel in 2003, Katrina in 2005, Mr. Speaker, Irma in 2015, Matthew in 2016, and just this year, Hurricane Dorian, which struck and obliterated yet again two of our nation's main tourist attractions, causing a temporary shutdown of a fraction of the tourism sector in our country. The uptick in frequency of these strong forces, as asserted by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, are a result of the global temperatures which are warming. And we, as we all know, are immediate effects of global warming, of global climate change. But, Mr. Speaker, these are just to name a few of the most recent categoric and catastrophic hurricanes which have brewed in the Atlantic Ocean and have left in its wake hopelessness, joblessness, and once again deferred the dreams of thousands of our beloved Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, as I listened, I was emotionally torn by the horror-like stories of both Abaconians and Grand Bahamians as they recall the disparaging moment in which their lives would change forever. However, Mr. Speaker, we can do something about this. It is my view that the government can look at possibly being the forerunners of advocating bigger countries, more developed and industrialized countries who are typically large contributors to fossil fuel emissions, to establish a fund for less developed and more vulnerable islands such as the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I had an enlightening and brief conversation with the Prime Minister this week, and he has concurred with my view that these countries, such as the United States and China, ought to establish a natural disaster insurance fund for, as I said, smaller and more vulnerable islands. I think I speak for all of my constituents when I say that we as legislative leaders should begin to consider halting, denying, declining any offers for further oil exploration. Mr. Speaker, if we do, we would be just as negatively contributing as more developed and industrialized nations. Mr. Speaker, perhaps notwithstanding the devastation our islands have faced, it is my proposal that the government of the Bahamas can possibly improve the overall sustainability and strength of our nation by looking at establishing a green city on the island of Abaco. Mr. Speaker, this can be done, and as I concur with several members of this honorable House, by investing in greener and more sustainable methods of energy. And Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the most viable method which we attribute the Bahamas to be our sun. Our sun can be the main method of electricity generation. Mr. Speaker, I also concur with the speakers of the House this morning in his comments that we have to begin the process of reviewing the building code. Mr. Speaker, providing that in my evaluation, it is now time for the government to begin educating our youth in the fields of disaster management and environmental studies by introducing relative tertiary level programs at the University of the Bahamas, instead of funding our students to go off to other nations and study in these same fields. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would ask and put forth the question toward this honorable House this morning: is there too high of a price to pay to save our beloved Commonwealth? Thank you.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the youth of Pinewood, it is an honor today to present on the topic of climate change. In the wake of Hurricane Dorian, this is a very timely argument. It is evident that our rising sea levels and receding shorelines, as well as the constantly rising temperatures, which we all know to be effects of climate change and global warming, had a great impact on the intensity of the storm, as well as the length of time that it remained stationary over the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama. You see, Mr. Speaker, We had the perfect recipe in which to produce the perfect storm. In fact, it was so perfect that naysayers said that it had to be man-made, whereas they believe climate change is a hoax and we need to open our eyes to the true reality. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to give my recommendations to several government agencies on how they can best combat the effects of climate change. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education can play a vital role in educating the youth of today on the topics of technical studies as well as agriculture, environmental, and marine resources. They can do so by establishing two magnet public schools where students can spend every day learning about these topics. They can focus on the topics of electrical installation, carpentry, and graphical design, which are all key components to rebuilding the two islands that were devastated by Hurricane Dorian. It is my belief that these schools will provide the means for students to be surrounded by like-minded individuals and create ideas that will help protect the Bahamas and help to reverse the changes of climate change. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that we produce a generation of young Bahamians who are equipped with the tools and knowledge to help effectively combat climate change. Mr. Speaker, it is my recommendation to the Ministry of Transport and local government that they make it mandatory that all local governments come up with an adaptation plan for their areas. This adaptation plan will provide the areas with the key to know how to evacuate, as well as a plan on what to do in the event of a natural disaster. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member Seabreeze on the need for a true and regulated bus system. We need a bus system that promotes the use of hybrid buses and in terms of protecting the environment from diesel. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Ministry of Transportation to look at establishing several parking hubs around the island where persons can park their cars and effectively use the bus system to get to and from work. Mr. Speaker, I asked that the Ministry of Transportation also encourage persons to continue to bring in hybrid and electric cars as this will help to reduce CO2 emissions. It is my recommendation to the Ministry of Housing to continue to look at our building code and encourage the use of building green homes, which are made with environmentally friendly materials and which are built on properties which have not been totally cleared of all of its trees and vegetation. They should offer training for contractors on the importance of using materials which are less harmful to the environment and therefore help to contribute to a better climate. Workshops should also be offered to existing homeowners to make them aware of the ways that they can protect their homes from a natural disaster. Mr. Speaker, additionally, new housing designs need to be introduced which may be better able to withstand the increasing intensity of storms, which we have faced recently. Homes and stilts are built on piers, and round and more aerodynamic homes will be better able to withstand the wrath of stronger hurricanes. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is then up to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture to collaborate with the relevant ministries to create programs, commercials, and literature to continue to educate the youth of the Bahamas on the effects of climate change and how they can combat it. The youth need to know that climate change is real, is a reality, and it will continue to affect small island development states like the Bahamas. The Ministry of Youth can work with young persons such as Quay and the Cavs to find a creative avenue to encourage debate and to encourage knowledge of climate change within youth. In the words of Greta Thunberg, a 16-year-old environmental activist from Sweden, change is coming, whether you like it or not. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end by inviting everyone gathered here today to be a part of the positive change that we need to see in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that there's a brighter and better tomorrow for the future. Pinewood. It is an honor to present on our concerns today. God bless the people of Pinewood and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of the Bamboo Town constituency. As acknowledged by my fellow youth parliamentarians, the issues brought before us today on climate change, natural disasters, and the need for a national plan are especially relevant after our brothers and sisters in the northern Bahamas experienced the most devastating effects of Hurricane Dorian, a powerful, intense hurricane that many believe was worthy of a Category 6 rating, if such a rating actually existed. Mr. Speaker, when I think about the effect that climate change has had on our nation, it brings me to wonder, what is the point of having a beachfront property overlooking pristine, picturesque, crashing waves if those same waves are one day suddenly crashing over your home and submerging manicured lawns due to sea level rises and storm intensification? As terrible as this imagery may be, it is not simply the imaginings of a concerned youth, but the reality of many residents in our northern islands. Mr. Speaker, we cannot sit idly by, waiting for another catastrophe to hit our shores before we take action. Come hell or high water, we must now seek to have more effective discussions with our brothers and sisters in the region in order to coordinate our efforts on how we seek to address the global problem of climate change, which in no way respects our national borders or the fact that tourism is our bread and butter. From the perspective of an individual deeply connected to the Bahamas' maritime industry, it would be remiss of me not to mention that the most recent hurricane has pushed concerns of coastal erosion, the detrimental effects of port infrastructure damage on maritime trade, and the adverse consequences on the livelihood of subsistence and artisanal fishermen. As a small island developing state that is directly affected by these practices, it is incumbent upon us to be a trailblazer in the research and development of sustainable models that could potentially deliver our chain of islands. Mr. Speaker, it is my suggestion that the youth of this nation seriously consider the pursuit of educational disciplines focused on environmental science and technology, which will enable us to more efficiently collect, store, and manage data on climate change and how climate change is actually affecting our environment. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, during a courtesy call with the Governor General, His Excellency Cornelius A. Smith, His Excellency spoke about the importance of young people having the opportunity to learn, earn, and return. Simply put, His Excellency stressed the importance of first acquiring the necessary knowledge and skill set, earning and investing in self, and finally returning home to the Bahamas with a skill base that will make our country better. I am of the same view. Mr. Speaker, come hell or high water, it is incumbent upon us to solve the world's problem because the world's problem has now become our problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth Estate.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful and resilient people of Elizabeth to address the catastrophic effects the global epidemic of climate change has on our nation, as well as suggest possible solutions to this problem. Mr. Speaker, climate change poses an existential threat to our nation, and we can no longer turn a blind eye to it. Sea levels are rising, hurricanes are getting stronger, and our days are getting hotter. An article published in the Miami Herald on November 11, 2018, entitled, "The Caribbean Must Awaken to Sea Level Rise Dangers," states that, and I quote, "The water level will rise by 6 to 10 inches by 2030 and up to 5 feet by 2100, end quote. On average, that is 1.33 inches per year. Mr. Speaker, these facts are alarming, considering that our highest geographical point is only 206 feet above sea level. To put that into perspective, the Empire State Building in New York is 1,450 feet above sea level, roughly about 7 times taller. A question frequently asked is, why exactly are the sea levels rising? According to the National Ocean Service, the two major factors that contribute to this are the warming of the ocean and increased melting of land-based ice, such as glaciers and ice sheets. Because the ozone layer is depleting, more of the sun's rays can enter the Earth's atmosphere, thus melting the ice caps. The Arctic ice caps, according to NASA, are at a record low this year, and it is not improving. Sea levels are rising and have about 8 inches in the last century. It is only a matter of time before, little by little, we see our coastlines disappearing before our very eyes and dangerous floodwaters inundate our neighborhoods. You may see this gradual rise as a nominal number, but if we consider sea levels in the next 80 years by the same rate, sea levels would have risen to an alarming 8 feet. Everything is gone. Japan left reeling from the worst storm in decades, reads the headline of a news article published in The Independent just 7 days ago. Typhoon Hagibis, a devastating and deadly storm, claimed the lives of over 78 persons in Japan. Neighborhoods where families were started, raised, and nurtured are now ghost towns. But we don't have to look at international headlines to see the effects that climate change poses, because we have also seen similar headlines emblazoned across our local newspapers and media outlets. Hurricane Dorian, the strongest and longest lasting Atlantic hurricane ever recorded in history to make landfall in the Bahamas. This monstrous monster is responsible for claiming the lives of many Bahamians and displacing hundreds of families. But the question we must all ask ourselves is, Mr. Speaker, what is making storms so crippling? What fueled Dorian and Hagibis to be so lethal? The answer is climate change. As stated in the resolution, the world has already warmed over 1 degree Celsius, and it has been scientifically proven that warmer than average waters fueled the strength of Dorian and was also responsible for its rapid intensification and slow movement over Abaco and Grand Bahama. An article published in TheGuardian.com on September 4, 2019, entitled, "Global Heating Made Dorian Bigger, Wetter, and More Deadly," states that, and I quote, "According to physics, we know that warm waters fuel hurricanes, and Hurricane Dorian was strengthened by well above average temperatures," end quote. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I have felt the increasingly scathing heat of the sun's UV rays shining through our damaged ozone layer. According to USA Today and BBC, July 2019 was the warmest month ever recorded worldwide and has put 2019 on the path of becoming one of the top 3 warmest years. This clearly shows a pattern of global warming. Mr. Speaker, in order to address the problem of climate change, I suggest that we implement a public education campaign informing the public about the seriousness of the problems we face today in relation to climate change. We must educate our citizens so that they can become more knowledgeable about the importance of having sound infrastructure and strictly following building codes. Mr. Speaker, it has been discovered that most of the homes completely decimated in the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama were not adhering to the building codes set in place, thus making their structure inferior and susceptible to significant damage by these natural disasters that are indeed inevitable. We must look to our international counterparts and observe their ways of managing natural disasters and combating this epidemic. Island nations like Japan have already implemented ways of managing their response to natural disasters. According to an article published in Culture Trip, Japan bolsters awareness and education on disaster prevention. The article states, and I quote, "Just as other schools around the world may hold emergency fire drills, schools in Japan run regular earthquake drills, some as often as once a month," end quote. In the city of Tokyo, there is a water discharge tunnel located on the outskirts of the city. This large tunnel collects flood water caused by natural disasters such as cyclones and typhoons and safely distributes the water into the Edo River. Our government needs to follow the example of Japan, one of the most prepared countries when it comes to the response and management of natural disasters. We must invest our resources in the development and implementation of similar infrastructure and programs in order to secure our future for a longer, better, and more sustainable Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I implore you to reflect on the words of former U.S. President Barack Obama, which states, and I quote, "No challenge poses a greater threat to future generations than climate change." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Speaker, in September 2018, I was granted the opportunity to host and become a mentor for the young ladies in the Miss Teen Abaco pageant. I traveled to the island of Abaco and fell in love, not knowing that this same time, just a year later, this gem of an island will be no more. On August 31st, Dorian, a Category 5 hurricane with wind speeds of up to 185 miles per hour, made its way into the Bahamas, causing widespread devastation in two of our major islands, Grand Bahama and Abaco. Beautiful beaches wiped away, lives lost, thousands missing, and families left torn apart. Mr. Speaker, this storm was not a sign. This storm was not just another terrible storm. This hurricane was a result of climate change. Now, we can all sit around and question, was this really a cause of climate change? But as climate scientist Catherine Hyle said, that's the wrong question. The right one is, how much worse did climate change make it? Mr. Speaker, the ocean is getting warmer and warmer, which means that tropical storms can pick up more energy, which also means that global warming can turn a Category 3 hurricane into a more dangerous and devastating Category 4 or 5. According to a global warming article on nrtc.org, the frequency of hurricanes in the northern Atlantic has significantly increased since the 1980s, as well as the number of storms that reach Categories 4 and 5. Mr. Speaker, global warming is getting worse by the season, resulting in hotter summers, a rise in sea levels, and simply putting you, myself, and the entire Bahamas at risk. Mr. Speaker, global warming is not another myth or theory or hoax. Mr. Speaker, this is real and it's all happening because of you and I. No man knows the day nor the hour, but Mr. Speaker, I truly do believe that we, on the rate that we're going, will be the contribution to the destruction of not only this country, but of this planet. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the great constituency of St. Anne's runs along the shoreline of the Eastern District, and my people cannot take the risk of yet another hurricane or at its least tropical storm. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas may be small, but we are very, very mighty. It is time that we step up and do something to make a change in our country. Mr. Speaker, we can do so by, first of all, reducing the amount of greenhouse emissions by capitalizing on public transportation. Mr. Speaker, to get from one end of the Eastern Road to simply as close as the Johnson Road corner takes about 15 minutes. This should not be so, Mr. Speaker. This little island of Nassau alone, only 21/7, is overpopulated by cars. Mr. Speaker, I employ us now to try to develop our public transportation system and let Bahamians know that this can be a reliable system for all of us. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we need to protect and restore our key ecosystems, such as our wetlands, ocean, and mangroves. These ecosystems absorb large quantities of carbon dioxide, and mangroves also serve as a barrier against tropical storms, while our wetlands can absorb excess water from floods, both these being major weather events caused by climate change. Mr. Speaker, we can also support small agricultural producers. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, the meat industry is responsible for 15 to 18% of all greenhouse emissions. That's more than the public transportation sector. In addition, it is the most significant source of water use and contamination in the entire world. They're also the most significant cause to the deforestation of the expansion of land for livestock and for the crops to feed them. Our government can make a difference by supporting our own local farmers because unlike these large factories, these farmers employ sustainable practices, care about land restoration, and makes animal and crops more resilient to climate change. We don't have to turn into vegetarians, Mr. Speaker. It's not about that. It's about supporting our own who can care about producing food with respect for nature. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I employ every young person to take a stand and be the change they want to see in this world. Don't sit around and be another crying voice. Be the acting force for the problem that is facing us today. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me remind you, the solutions that we bring forth today may not be the resolutions to the problems of tomorrow. Thank you.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Abaco.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of my people, the great people of Central and South Abaco. I would like to dedicate this presentation to the lives lost in Hurricane Dorian. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and my fellow Bahamians, on September 1st, I was relieved to get a message from my mother, an on-duty police officer during the passing of Hurricane Dorian. She said, "Hi, I'm okay, but water is coming in. The roof is lifting off. The columns in front of the building have collapsed and the mud is gone." The reality is that the Bahamas, along with the rest of the Caribbean, is at ground zero for climate change, and we do not have the luxury to deny or to debate its existence and its harmful effects on our environment. Global scientific agencies such as NASA and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration are recording the constant warming of our planet. This warming increases our ocean's temperature, which forms these hurricanes that Abaconians know fondly of. Mr. Speaker, a look at the reoccurrence of hurricanes shows that the Bahamas is topping in the list of countries that are hit frequently in the Atlantic region. As an archipelago, we are vulnerable in size, we are vulnerable in size to the onslaught of disasters brought by climate change. Days prior to September 1st, 2019, the residents of Abaco and Grand Bahama heard the warnings of what many meteorologists described as the storm of the century. However, nothing could have prepared us in Abaco for what was to come, no matter our knowledge and preparation for hurricanes. Hurricane Dorian remained over the northern portion of the Bahama Islands for more than 40 hours, Mr. Speaker. The relentless pounding of wind, tsunami-moving waters, and punishing rain showers are things you cannot even fathom. This, Mr. Speaker, is the adverse effect of climate change. Hurricane Dorian has left us with many unanswered questions. 1. How can Bahamians prepare for future storms such as Hurricane Dorian? It is promising that this Parliament has already passed mandatory evacuation legislation that now gives law enforcement authorities to evacuate people in vulnerable areas. Therefore, we must now look at improving the building codes and preparedness through actions such as ensuring that buildings are lifted high enough to avoid flooding, constructing proper hurricane shelters on every island, outfitted with necessary and modern equipment, and provide proper training for search and rescue entities. 2. Are Bahamians adequately educated of the clear and present danger of climate change? I propose an environmental program such as the Bahamas Awareness of Mangroves to be implemented into our classrooms, educating every Bahamian about the environment, climate change, its possible effects of the Bahamas, and how to interrogate sustainable methods into our lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, we should lead the world and show them that although our use of climate-destroying items may be minor in comparison to much larger industrialized countries, we are willing to eliminate them to save our Bahama land. As a country, post-Hurricane Dorian, I believe that we can be a pace setter in the world, rebuilding stronger, becoming environmentally conscious, and focusing on the renewable energy sources. If we do our part in climate change, we can indeed safeguard our nation, not just for ourselves, but for generations yet unborn. I would like to say to my fellow Abaconian, the honorable member for North Abaco. We will rebuild Abaco. We are resilient, and we must inform the youth about climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we acknowledge the Honorable Ellsworth Johnson, Minister of Immigration, Trade, Investment, and Industry. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Garden Hills.
To you, Mr. Speaker, most honorable youth parliamentarians, and all others, good morning. Thanks be to God and the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture for the opportunity to be a part of such diplomatic cohort. I stand as a voice for the constituents of Garden Hills, whom are perspiring with great dignity and strength. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, has indeed opened my eyes to the possibility of catastrophic changes that will inevitably lead to the detriment of our world. Presently, the earth is warming, sea levels are rising, and more now than ever, Bahamians, in particular youth leaders, must extract and understand the problems we are faced with, then provide applicable solutions. According to European Commission website, the global temperature is 0.85 degrees Celsius higher than it was in the late 19th century, meaning our world has already warmed by over 1 degree Celsius. If things like deforestation and fossil fuel uses continue to reveal themselves as prominent in our Bahamas, we might as well begin our search for a new paradise. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the saying that money is the root of all evil, and these natural disasters to me are forces of evil. We as a country ponder on what we will reap while not first understanding the seed that we have sown. While it is good for the economy to have mega resorts and cruise ship ports, I urge you to ask yourself, is it good for our environment? Is the heat which engulfs our atmosphere that also rises our sea levels beneficial to the Bahamas that lies only 1 meter above sea level? What will become of our prestigious tourism industry if our beaches become eroded, corals bleached, and resorts brought back down to the foundation they were once built upon? Mr. Speaker, it is my belief that our focus on the dollar sign is the root cause of why we have not yet put policies into place to combat these issues. We focus more on what will bring our economy money other than what will sustain and build it up. An economy that will be no more if serious investments are not made. A wise lady shared with me that she would give her children everything in that she would give her children everything, even if it means that she would have nothing in that moment, because she knows that in the future they will provide far greater for her. We must operate with this mindset. Think of the then and not the now. We need to truly comprehend that money is printed every second daily, but a society, a country, those are built in years. The change starts with preserving our pine forests. For every tree that is cut down, another one should be planted, and this must be carried out across the length and breadth of this archipelago. Put an end to dredging our oceans and contaminating our waters with oil. The water some depend on and our marine life thrive in. While, Mr. Speaker, we have passed legislation to reduce emissions, we must enforce this to the fullest extent. The slackness of our nation must cease. A Hurricane Restoration Act is my proposed policy of attacking this global issue head on. This act will ensure that there is a budget for hurricane restoration every year. It will also entail that citizens pay additional contributions to the National Insurance Board that will be matched by the government to receive in the event of hurricane-related loss. Further, Mr. Speaker, New Providence is the smallest island, yet it is the most urbanized, inhabited, and most likely to be washed away by a Category 5 hurricane. In agreement with the member of Seabreeze, it is time we use those dollar signs to build up other islands. In closing, Mr. Speaker, it is evident that the old ways, leaders, and policies of our country are getting us nowhere. As one, we need to be at the forefront of this issue, redirect our focus, implement policies, and truly encapsulate ourselves in the severity of this global phenomenon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. I rise on behalf of the industrious people of Fort Charlotte, from Gibbs Lane in the north to Curry Mission Road in the south and Infant View Road in between. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas is clear and in present danger of more natural disasters and increasing climate change. Hurricane Dorian, a recent natural disaster plummeting down portions of Grand Bahama and Abaco. So horrific, causing water to rise above sea level. In the aftermath, leaving destruction of homes, communities, businesses, public infrastructure, all vanished, washed away in the matter of time of 48 hours. Oxford Dictionary states that global climate change is the change of regional climate patterns, particularly a change apparent from the mid to the late 20th century out onwards, and attributed largely to increased levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide produced by the use of fossil fuels. Fossil fuels currently supply 80 to 85% of the world's energy, says Edward Rubin, professor of environmental engineering and public policy at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Fossil fuels are critically important for everything we do and value, not only as individuals, but as a society, as a country. As a result of global climate change, we, as a small island developing state, we, the Bahamas, will be faced with many weather challenges in the future. Mr. Speaker, we must now position ourselves to implement strategies for all alternative renewable sources of energy that slow down this greenhouse effect. I am reminded of a quote by Mr. Earl Nightingale. All you need is the plan, the roadmap, and the courage to press on to your destination. It's time, I said, it's time that we get into the point of developing and implementing plans and policies that will become beneficial. This afternoon, Mr. Speaker, I want to elaborate on three: sustainability, resilience, and recovery. Sustainability. Are we sensitizing or conducting public service announcements and programming on the effects of global warming? It may seem so far-reaching to an average Bahamian, but it is so real. Every sector of our economy must take the responsibility to engage in educating every single Bahamian on global warming. Human beings can now help to reduce this greenhouse effect. Example, driving your cars less. Simple but effective. Mr. Speaker, sustainability by implementing education statuses for hurricanes that are at great risk of these effects. Preparing homes at the break of hurricane season. Resilience. Increasing building codes. Anyone, and I'm saying this here, anyone that intends to build a house should at least have some sort of license or certification, some sort of building permit. It is tiring that we do not have reliable contractors, and I'm saying this here on camera. So the contractors that are watching this, stop taking my Bahamian people money and y'all don't know how to bid. Build houses according to the code of the strongest hurricane. Structures that can sustain winds in excess of 185 miles per hour. Dorian was the strongest hurricane on record to strike the Bahamas since 1851. Now is the opportune time for this government of the Bahamas to draft up legislation that will address and impress the construction of all houses and commercial occupation establishments in accordance with the code. Failure to do so will result in severe penalties and heavy fines. Recovery. We can now take initiative by being our brother's keepers. All sectors of the community can participate, whether being engaged in cleanups, making donations of time, treasure, and talent, encourage local charity events, fundraisers, etc. The overall country's objective in implementing these great aspects will experience results. Results such as less lives lost, less homes, communities, businesses destroyed, less money for the people's pockets, and I know the government loves this one, less government expenditure. These policies and procedures must come to fruition. These initiatives will not be turned over because we, as the youth, we, the future leaders, we, the parliamentarians, ought to have a say. Climate change and its effects, and what each person or entity can do to help will not be swept under the rug. Everyone will be involved, as this climate change will address on all levels of information cascaded to all. Mr. Speaker, what are we waiting for? Our fellow Bahamians will no longer lack education. We will be fully engaged and aware about these important matters. Mr. Speaker, my fellow parliamentarians, are we going to let another Hurricane Andrew, 1992, Hurricane Matthew, 2016, Hurricane Irma, 2017, and last but not least, Hurricane Dorian, 2019, come and destroy our Bahama land? Or are we going to implement these strategies to rise as one nation and pledge allegiance to the flag and to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for which it stands, one people united in love and service?
Honorable members, we welcome the presence of the Honorable Travis Robinson, Member of Parliament for Town and Grantstown. Yeah, I messed it up. As many, the chair recognized the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to address the honorable members with the utmost respect as I deliver a startling wake-up call. The excuses of the past will no longer suffice as our backs are pushed against the wall. The time lost is irrecoverable and there is a call to action that can no longer be ignored. The choice is no longer ours to dwindle upon and approach with extreme precaution. Simply put, it is now or never. I cannot begin to express my gratitude for the opportunity to represent the illustrious people of Central Grand Bahama, whose state of well-being is as concerning as it is important at this very moment. However, as the adage goes, to whom much is given, much is required. I understand the importance of being given a platform for the people who do not have a voice. I can still hear the prayers of my constituents who cried to their God on September 2nd, 2019, for that day to not be the final day of their final hour. Should a mother have to put her baby in a cooler to keep it afloat? If you had to choose between saving your sister or your mother, who would you choose? These are the realities that I have personally witnessed. In the span of 2 days, my constituents went from living their day-to-day lives to witnessing a record-breaking catastrophe. Mr. Speaker, sea levels are rising, wildfires are becoming more frequent, biodiversity is shrinking, seasons are becoming elongated, and the actions we take now can determine whether or not the islands of the Bahamas have to be evacuated in years to come. The culture, lingo, livelihood, and existence can all become a vague memory of the last generation to live it. As said by the honorable member of South Beach, the Bahamas has a small carbon footprint to population ratio, but we will be the first to see what will happen to a small island developing state in the face of climate change. However, this phenomenon is still in its developing stages, and we must take on a sense of urgency to combat it. Preparation begins and ends with the forthcoming generation. In fact, climate change should be created as a mandatory subject and be a requisite for a high school diploma. Integrating this into our school system, Mr. Speaker, both the public and private sector would groom young Bahamians into being conscious of this epidemic. It would then become a viable idea when starting businesses, clubs, organizations, and more. Bahamian children cannot be misled, and the existence of the issue cannot be ignored for the sake of our survival. Mr. Speaker, miseducation is considered an offense, and none at all should be considered a crime. Mr. Speaker, we must make use of our allies and stages which will equip us with the backup needed in order to achieve our goals. Powerhouse countries are at the highest level of responsibility, but they will be the last to see these effects.
Making use of United Nations conferences will be an asset that works for us. Even though our contribution to this issue is minuscule compared to that of major countries, how we choose to respond will make the world of a difference. Moving forward, sustainability is the key word for issues such as adaptation strategies towards the future. As defined by the IPCC, sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the needs of future generations. The concept of sustainability has permeated mainstream thinking over the last 2 decades, especially after the 1992 Earth Summit, where 178 governments adopted this goal. June 1st to November 30th is the broadcasted hurricane season for the Bahamas, yet our preparation begins when we see the hurricane isn't going to turn. Building hurricane-proof shelters and keeping them consistently stocked with supplies would lighten the pressure and uneasiness of residents who live in flood-prone areas. I empathize with those who lived in homes that have managed to stay intact through years past in evacuation zones. It is not easy for them to leave their sense of security to come back to nothing. But we must urge and ensure our people that provisions will be made for them in a worst-case scenario, and being displaced will not go on forever. With the resurgence of king tides, the importance of building on higher ground or having taller foundations cannot be overlooked. Encouraging investments like insurance would have an unpriceable return in the unforeseeable event of the worst-case scenario. Furthermore, informing the masses will be pertinent to ensuring that plans formulated by our country's leaders can ensure the awareness of all citizens. Public forums can be held in each constituency at least once a month and can act as a space for ministers and residents to discuss issues and how they can be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, when these plans go into effect, it won't be met with much resistance or uproar, but instead the community will be aware of new regulations and can act accordingly. This would improve the involvement of the Bahamian people when initiatives require willingness from residents to be effective. A strong connection between a leader and those that are under their governance is in the best interest of both parties. Our contributions to this country have no substance if they do not progress towards an evolving Bahamas. After all, we all know those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it again and again. After all, it is sad to say, but the reality of the aftermath of this storm has now brought the conversation of climate change to the forefront. I wish to express my sympathy to those who have lost a loved one, their belongings, or even their sense of security. Tragedy is an uncontrollable occurrence that we often question, but as long as we persevere in unity, there's always hope, there will always be a future, and there will always be a Bahamaland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakura.
Mr. Speaker, honorable parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, and the Bahamas at large, I greet you good day. It is indeed my honor and privilege to speak to you as I represent the Honorable Ellsworth Johnson and the Yamakura constituency on such an impactful topic. Barack Obama once said, and I quote, "Climate change is no longer some far-off problem. It is happening here. It is happening now." Climate change is a long-term change in the Earth's climate, mainly due to an increase in the average atmospheric temperature. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honorable member for Golden Gate that as an archipelago with rich marine life and a fragile ecosystem, the Bahamas is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. If not adequately addressed, climate change will lead to increased flooding, property damage, and potentially loss of life. We are the ones who must take the initiative to protect our country. We cannot and we must refuse to let this universal issue of climate change continue to break, take, and destroy our Bahamaland. As individuals, we know about the small actions we can take to help reduce the emissions that cause climate change and live our motto, keeping the Bahamas clean, green, and pristine.
But what can we do? Seeing that large-scale actions are fundamental to the welfare of our people. Bahamas, we have a problem. We're essentially melting. High rates of greenhouse gas emissions paired with environmental degradation and the overexploitation of natural resources have us in a race against time. 97% of scientists agree that climate change is a result of human activities. And if we fail to stop global warming soon, the changes will be catastrophic. Our country has suffered so much from the recent passing of Hurricane Dorian. Hurricane Dorian has hammered the Bahamas for days in a devastating onslaught that has flooded neighborhoods, destroyed homes, and left several people dead. Dorian was said to be one of the most powerful Atlantic hurricanes on record. A climate scientist by the name of Michael Mann said, and I quote, "Human-caused climate change is visibly intensifying hurricanes and increasing the damage they are doing," end quote. It is now a global concern that the climatic changes occurring today have been speeded up because of man's activities. Don't you see? The cause and soon to be resolution of climate change is us. The natural variability and the climate fluctuations of the climate system have always been part of the Earth's history. However, there have been many changes in concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, growing at an unprecedented rate and magnitude. The United Nations, governments, and many top scientists around the world believe that we must act now to stabilize and arrest further changes. The accelerating impacts of climate change and the need to avoid much larger impacts in the future bring urgency to scaling up our actions on adaptation and resilience. I believe that if we want to improve the country that we intend to leave to our children, we have to understand that change is needed. We have to change the way we power our activities. Now is the time to take up that challenge as a nation working together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this honorable house not only on behalf of the wonderful people of Freetown, but for all of the people of this great nation, both young and old. Mr. Speaker, I am indeed grateful for this opportunity to voice my concerns on a pressing issue, climate change and natural disasters. The resolution before us, Mr. Speaker, is not a unique or surprising issue, as climate change and natural disasters have been a persistent challenge to the overall potential in the Bahamas and the wider world. Today, Mr. Speaker, it's time that we recognize and address that the Bahamas is indeed in a state of national climate emergency. It is time for us to address this climate crisis. In a recent article of the Cat Island Conservation Institute stated, this move will require a commitment to mobilizing resources and prioritizing policies as it relates to the mitigation and adaptation of climate change in our country. Mr. Speaker, as of July 2019, according to CICI, 19 countries, over 1,000 governments at a local level, have passed a climate emergency declaration. It is time for we, the people of the Bahamas, to take the stance and make this declaration. If we recall, Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Dorian that struck the northern islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama more than about 7 weeks ago, it left behind a trail of mass destruction. And this, Mr. Speaker, is evidence that climate change is a threat and has to be taken seriously. Furthermore, it is projected that hurricanes like Dorian
will occur more frequently in the future and will require significant change in the way the country and the government responds to this issue. But I must say, the passing of Hurricane Dorian was the right and the best opportunity for all Bahamians to become agents of change, to become united, and to be our own brother's keeper. Mr. Speaker, there are still hundreds and hundreds of residents that are still displaced after the passing of such monstrous storms. The exceeding sea levels, pouring rain, wild tides, gushing winds have all contributed to the disastrous state that we are presently in. And the more the oceans are warming, Mr. Speaker, the more the temperatures are rising, Mr. Speaker, will be the more devastating the upcoming storms will be. We have all, Mr. Speaker, contributed to global warming, and now, unfortunately, we will continue to feel the harsh effects in times to come. Mr. Speaker, I call on this government to perhaps enhance the building codes of the Bahamas and the policies that relate to the licensing of contractors. Future and present homes will need to be elevated higher to escape the wrath of possible disastrous floodwaters during a storm, Mr. Speaker. This government must implement plans to ensure that the roof of each and every building is properly secured with hurricane straps before any storm, as this provides a considerably higher level of protection during any disaster. And, Mr. Speaker, we must encourage our people to retreat away from the coast. Yes, I concur that it is a luxury to have that mansion on the beach shore, but it is an even better luxury to have the safety and peace from the coastal dangers and effects during storms. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I call on this government to provide better protection for our mangroves. It is these very mangroves that are sparing us from even more disaster. We have to protect these mangroves to protect our future. Mr. Speaker, world famous Michael Jackson song, "We Are the World. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving." There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true we'll make a brighter day for you and me. Mr. Speaker, we need to be one world to save the world. It is we ourselves that have to make a brighter day. It is our choice that we're making to rise and save our lives, our land, and our world if we want to make a better day, Mr. Speaker, for you and for me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Headline news. Insight. Climate change is coming and we have to prepare now. The Tribune, October 22nd, 2018. Bahamas must make climate change a priority. The Nassau Guardian, September 22nd, 2019. For small island nations, climate change is not a threat. It is already here. WeForm.org, September 24th, 2019. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, members of the listening audience, good evening. I am indeed thankful and honored for this rare opportunity to stand before this noble house to represent the strong people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini. NationalGeographic.org defines climate change as gradual changes in all the interconnected weather elements on our planet over approximately 30 years. Climate change is the result of global warming. Global warming is being enhanced by heavily industrialized countries such as Australia, Canada, China, and our neighbor, the United States. The Bahamas is a small island developing state that contributes to less than 1% of the emissions of greenhouse gases. Yet, we are expected to bear the full brunt of climate change over the next 20 to 100 years. Did you know that the Bahamas is one of the top 10 countries that are vulnerable to climate change? Not only because we are low-lying, but because we are completely surrounded by water and the vast majority of islands are only 3 meters above sea level. Some effects of climate change may be coastal erosion, rising sea levels, intensified hurricanes, and ocean acidification. Time and time again, my constituency of West Grand Bahama and Bimini have been ravaged by hurricanes. the sea levels rise, causing floods and damages to homes, businesses, and even loss of life. Truth be told, year after year it gets worse. Can you imagine anything worse than Hurricane Dorian? The sounds of Bahamians crying out for help crushed the hearts of every countryman. Countless persons missing. Ground Bahamians are left homeless and traumatized and walking the streets like zombies. When asked what's wrong, you would hear it's all gone. Mr. Speaker, imagine something worse. Honorable members, if the world continues to warm at such a rate, the rapid devastation will become the norm. The Bahamas Climate Change Unit have been providing a number of initiatives as well as reducing and eliminating tariffs on solar systems and energy-efficient appliances and joint international organizations as International Renewable Energy Agency and the Carbon War Room. This is indeed a step in a fight against climate change. To say that nothing is being done is a slap in the face to the hard-working Bahamians, but I do not disagree that more can
Honorable member for West Grand Bahama, your time has expired.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here as the voice for my people, the great constituents of Central and South Andros, the Big Yard, to speak the truth, stimulate change, and give hope. I need not elaborate on the destructive forces of nature. Matthew and Dorian have told us the truth. And the truth is that climate change is real. And if we fail to adapt, we will be blown away by the winds and swallowed by the sea. As the honorable member for Angliston said, the world's average surface temperature is likely to surpass 3 degrees centigrade this century. Mr. Speaker, we need a change. It is a well-known fact that the challenges of global warming is everyone's concern, but we, the Bahamian people, will be the first recipients of this danger. The burning of fossil fuels, innumerable amount of methane and other greenhouse gases is making the planet hot, hot, hot. The ice caps are melting profusely. As a matter of fact, National Geographic states that the Kilimanjaro ice cap is 80% gone. And in 15 years, the Himalayan glacier will be gone, all contributing to sea level rise and for our country, a death toll. We must be the change we want to see and set the standard for the world to follow. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to bring forth 3 possible solutions. Firstly, I demand that the building codes be altered. We can no longer feel justified building our homes a mere 5 inches above the ground. Therefore, I concur with the honorable members of East Grand Bahama and Marco City that foundations should be built at least 4 to 6 feet above the ground, and there shouldn't be any taxes on hurricane impact windows and doors. These are the things that the people need to survive. We can even manufacture these things ourselves by using and reusing the raw materials that we already have. In doing this, we can save money on importation and save our planet by recycling, which brings me to my next point. Secondly, there must be better management of solid waste. Instead of burning or burying garbage, we should find ways to reuse it. Big items like refrigerators and freezers can be refurbished, and persons with mechanical skills can exercise their talent. Materials such as plastics and glass can be remanufactured to make bottles, cups, kitchenware, windows, and tiles, etc. This can not only decrease the importation bill, but this can also help to create jobs and, most importantly, conserve our environment. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, we must implement alternative energy such as solar power. According to Eyewitness News, BPL spends millions of dollars to maintain power plants throughout the country, and I bet your current turn off at least 10 times this summer. However, according
However, according to Enlightened Energy, solar panels cost less than half the amount the government spends to uphold our energy. Mr. Speaker, it is so sad that it took a natural disaster like Dorian to fully open our eyes to the magnitude of the situation we face. We cannot reverse this curse we have put upon ourselves, but we can stop the damage. Thank you, Mr.
As many. It has been moved and seconded that the resolution be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed, please stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I motion that the business of the House be suspended until 2 p.m.
Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I second this motion.
Okay. Honorable members, I move that the business of this House be suspended until 2:15 p.m. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended until 2:15 p.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed, please stand.